And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
When it comes to spring cleaning, don't miss your AC Extreme Clean and Tune-Up. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. Did you know dust, dirt, and debris are the #1 killers of air conditioning? So extend the life of your AC, increase efficiency, get the fix it 24/7. Extreme Clean and Tune-Up. Nobody does it like this. Basically refurbishing your system. Lower energy bills, a longer AC life, and the famous no breakdown guarantee. New customers get this 2-hour service, $39, normally hundreds of dollars. Book now. FixMyHome.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later on your timeline. No showings, no double moves. Plus, Orchard handles all home repairs for you, attracting buyers. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
At DiscountBath.com, they take discounts seriously. Like this deal for a complete conversion of that old ugly tub into a beautiful walk-in shower for just $9,888. Get rid of that old shower tub combo and get a beautiful walk-in, custom designed for your preferences. Acrylic walls that mimic stone, lifetime warranty, and no maintenance. Call 720-979-2322 or DiscountBath.com.
Everyone is talking about Galaxy Concrete Coatings and their transformation. Like your neighbor Dennis.
I was in the process of refinishing my garage and, trying to turn it into a man cave. So I started searching, online, and I ran across Galaxy.
Galaxy Concrete Coatings is not epoxy. It's better.
First thing I wanted to do initially is I wanted to repair where the concrete had eroded. They said they could do that. I said, well, heck, let me go ahead and get the entire floor covered.
Commercial or residential, 4 times stronger than epoxy, and it comes with a lifetime warranty.
They were so courteous and respectful of the home and the property. And when they're done, they cleaned up, picked up, swept up. It was like they were never there.
Click on GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com now. That's Galaxy Concrete Coatings. And remember to like us on Facebook. Galaxy Concrete Coatings. We're out of this world.
I would recommend Galaxy over any other competitor, hands down. You're going to be taken care of and you're going to be satisfied. These guys know what they're doing.
When you get hit by hail in Colorado, and you will, you better have a roofer on speed dial. I do, and it's Golden Spike Roofing. With over 70 years of combined roofing experience, they've not only seen everything, they've fixed everything. And they're honest, licensed, and insured. So if you get hit with hail, high winds, or know you've got an older roof, call for a free inspection from Golden Spike Roofing. Just call 303-942-1386. That's 303-942-1386, or find them online. GoldenSpikeRoofing.com.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For your kitchen update done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 48 equal monthly payments with approved credit. For details, 800-362-8370.
Getting your house ready to sell? Rely on the experience of Frank Duran, the realestateman.com.
Does your home need repairs prior to selling? I have the experience and great local connections to help you determine which items are cost-effective. We will detail which simple, easy steps you can make to enhance your home's appeal. I'm with you every step of the way.
I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, urging you to use Frank Duran, the realestateman.com with RE/MAX Alliance, 303-920-1622.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Sunny skies for us today with a very slight chance of thunderstorms after 3 p.m. High temperatures in the middle to lower 70s. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Meteorologist Greg Perez.
Savings are in full bloom at Lowe's. Right now, get Miracle Grow 3/4 cubic foot all-purpose garden soil for just $2. Shop these savings and more at Lowe's. Valid through 5/14. Excludes Hawaii and Alaska. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The CDC announcing today that drug overdose deaths in the U.S. fell by 30,000 in 2024 from the prior year. That's the largest one-year decline ever recorded. Some possible reasons why: more treatment and the fact that Narcan is more widely available now. President Trump continues his three-nation Middle East trip. In Qatar, he took part in a signing ceremony. Qatar said it had agreed to buy jets from Boeing.
It's actually 200, including the 40, so it's over $200 billion. But 160 in terms of the jets. That's fantastic. So that's a record, Kelly. And congratulations to Boeing. Get those planes out there. Get them out there.
Boeing CEO Kelly Ortberg was on hand for the ceremony. The visit coming after Qatar offered to give the president a $400 million Boeing plane to be used as Air Force One. Questions being raised about accepting such a gift. Cassie Ventura back on the stand in her former boyfriend Sean Combs' sex trafficking trial. This is ABC News. 80,000 people in and around Seville, Spain got messages today recommending they wear face masks or close their windows to stop smoke fumes from entering their homes. The warning coming after an explosion near a chemical plant. Nasty weather in this country on the move. ABC meteorologist Jeff Smith.
Rainfall that caused major flooding over western parts of Maryland yesterday will be moving up to the northeast this morning, making for a wet commute in places like New York City. Meanwhile, a system coming out of the Rocky Mountains will spread severe weather into Nebraska, up into the Dakotas, damaging wind, large hail, and a few tornadoes. The main threats that will eventually move into the Great Lakes during the day tomorrow.
The problem in Minnesota is wildfires, dry weather sparking several of them in central Texas today. It's heat. It's extreme. Austin could hit 107 degrees. The CDC is reporting there were 30,000 fewer drug overdoses in the U.S. in 2024, the largest one-year decline ever recorded, going back 45 years.
That's fine.
I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Since the moment you were born, I've made 1,000 wishes. Wishes for your future. In a world that's changing fast. For all of the things you may one day do play, and laugh. Do win and lose. Do learn from your mistakes. And challenge yourself to grow. Do not be afraid. Or make decisions based in fear. Do it all with confidence and with kindness and strength. Do call your mom and ask her for advice. And always do your best to remember that no matter what you do in this life, thank you. What matters to me is that you keep doing. I love you always, Mom. Inspire kids to do at 4h.org.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
The CDC says roughly 30,000 less people died from drug overdoses last year. It's the largest one-year decline ever recorded. Some 80,000 people died last year, which is down from 110,000 in 2023. Naloxone, or even Narcan, being partly responsible for that decrease. The latest report by the Major Cities Chiefs Association shows a 60% drop in murders.
Crime is down across the country. Violent crime is reducing in just about every city, but we were the city in which it had declined the most.
Denver Police Chief Ron Thomas says he's proud to have the distinction, and he says it shows how hard his officers are working to make Denver safer. Now, so far this year, 13 homicides have taken place, compared to 30 at the same time last year. While murders are down, though, sexual assaults in the city are way up. Aurora, on the other hand, is also seeing a 22% decrease in murders. That's the latest. I'm Mia Bender.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Alarm Detection Systems.
Yeah, it looks like all the accidents we had late are cleared up. We're still seeing some slowdowns. I-25 south coming in downtown through Spear. A little bit of traffic out of the tech center from 225 to about Yale, Colorado area. And also, it looks like 270 still running a little sluggish. I-76 west heading out towards Federal. Had remnants of one accident to the shoulder, but not in a lane of traffic. The ramp from eastbound 6 to southbound 25 is backed up to Federal. That may cost you about 5 minutes on the merge. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Alarm Detection Systems, one local source for cameras, keycards, fire and intrusion, offering expert alarm installation and testing with 24/7 professional monitoring. Protect what matters with advanced security. Visit adsalarm.com.
Keep listening for your chance to win $1,000.
Oh, my goodness.
Every hour, weekdays, 9 a.m. through 5 p.m. With up to 9 chances a day to win $1,000.
Thank you so much.
On Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
It's that easy.
Sponsored by Maverick.
It's time to stack your savings. Maverick wants you to get the most out of your Adventure Club offers, in-store deals, and third-party coupons. So our new checkout feature lets you combine them. Join the Adventure Club and head in today. Maverick, Adventure's first stop.
As we turn our attention to friends and family and cozy warm homes, keep in mind Plumline Services with plum crazy deals on new Carrier furnaces or honest repairs and service. You'll love Plumline's mission of excellence, character, and ethics, and top quality brand.
It's kind of crazy, huh?
They're crazy.
About it for a while.
Carrier, turn to the experts. Who's their 25 years strong. Plumline Service.
No idea. I'll remind Mark.
Home.
I don't think it's Mark's problem, but he can get to somebody,
has helped me so much in terms of...
Yep, I'm going to have him do it again. Because he and I have talked about it. This time of year, you can't be saying, hey, you got to
getting ready for the cozy nights ahead, I know.
Santa's on his way. You have to...
More traditional treatment modalities have gotten me back to being able to play sports and exercise in ways I thought I might never do again. Learn more at regenrev.com.
Now's a great time to visit the World Trade Center.
A car crash? Get John Fuller on your side. Call Fuller.com.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here on the Troubleshooter Show. The longest running show on the air, still on the air with the same host, running 45 years. Or actually more than that, but 45 years in Denver, so that's uninterrupted. And we welcome you. Why? Because this is really the only place in media to get real help. Truly, on big and small problems, direct help. And what we do is take your problem and tell you where to go or what to do, or we help you. Now, in the studio, you'll see in the big picture in the back there, if you're streaming us, we have Mark at the helm there, Marc Mager. And then we have Deputy D for Dimitri. And, of course, lovely Suze, the chief bottle washer, and everyone else reports. And then, behind my little cutout there, who just raised his hand? I didn't. He's behind the ad, but that's okay.
Deputy Doc. Deputy Doc in person.
Okay, Deputy, I can adjust it. Oh, right there. Thank you, Suze. And then we have Hannah, Bobana, Banana, Fana, Fofana. That's a fun name to play the name game with. And anyway, Hannah is with Fix It 24/7. Somebody, by the way, just on a quick note, because somebody just asked this.
Are you for?
Yes, by text. Somebody just asked by text, do you go to Greeley? Hannah, does Fix It go to Greeley? Do you know?
Yes, we do, sir.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
So I'm telling this guy who just texted me, yes, they go to Greeley for the extreme clean.
What's the furthest you go?
In that direction?
Yeah, north. Fort Collins?
We don't go to Fort Collins.
So pretty much up to Fort Collins.
Pretty much, yes. We get a lot of calls from Fort Collins. We're working on it.
FixMyHome.com and then just hit book now. And that's for Fix It 24/7. So welcome to the show. A number of things I want to talk about. First, I'll always talk about your problems and complaints first. Phone calls take precedent on the show. But every day I sit here, or weekdays, Mark or I sit here, and we take calls, and then we get comments. The comments come during the call sometimes on YouTube chat, or they text us, and you can text us as well at, here's my favorite number because it comes to my cell phone 24/7. So if you want to text me directly or the show, 747-999-5280, 747-999-5280. And by the way, that number was filled up with well-wishers when I was in the hospital undergoing this cancer surgery, and I had a successful outcome, and Mark talked about it. I had hundreds and hundreds, and they came right to me, and I appreciate it. 747-999-5280. Then iHeart has a number, a short code you can text, 57739. Just put Tom there. It'll come to me. So one of the things I wanted to talk about is we hear about problems every day. And one of the things we'll get comments. Some of them are off the wall. Some of them are right on. Some of them are ingenious. And I call them pearls of wisdom. Many times I take notes of these, even though I didn't air them. So your comments on calls are important. But today I'm going to ask a favor. Today I'm going to ask you to verbalize, not verbalize, but call in with them or text me, because I love wisdom, and wisdom comes from all over the place, everywhere. So I want your pearls of wisdom, as Al Pacino said in Scent of a Woman. Pearls, I'm spitting pearls here, pearls of wisdom. I want you, it doesn't have to be about a caller at hand, but even if you recall a past problem where you wanted to chime in, I truly want to know what's on your mind and what kind of solutions you may offer. So give us a call if you have pearls of wisdom or little things that always work for you, always. I want to give you a quick example, but I'm going to take a call first. Things that always work for you that you'd like to share with us, little hacks that you've come up with, or little things that you do that serve you well, share it with us. It could be something like getting a low-price plane ticket, or taking advantage of coupon deals, or anything. Just let us know. Now, Rick, he wants to talk about a drywall issue. So we'll start off with Rick. Rick, what is going on?
Hi, Tom. Thanks for taking the call.
What's going on?
Back in 12/11/24, I hired a contractor to do some drywall for me, and he came up with he delivered 55 sheets out of 167. They were supposed to be 8-footer or 12-footers or 8-footers, which I let him go. I came home from work, and it was a mess. He didn't even have a drywall square. It was all cut up. He had 2-3 screws in each sheet. It was covered up all the outlets. It was a horrible mess. So I called him, and he came by the next day, and I let him go. I said, "You're not a drywaller, Don. What's going on?"
Rick, I want to ask a couple questions. How did you find this guy to begin with?
I found him through a friend out in Keensburg.
And where are you located?
I'm located in Strasburg, Colorado.
Okay. So the bottom line is you hired a drywall contractor who did a bad job. But if he wasn't finished, many times drywall to the untrained eye may look like they're all screwed up. Like I remember one time coming into my new home I was building at one time, and I saw exactly what you're talking about. And I saw rough edges, and around the outlets I don't know, I didn't like it. So, but when it was finished and taped, it was fine. So what do you know about drywall, and what was really defective about the rough drywall job you looked at?
Well, what was defective, Tom, is that when he cut it, he just ripped the paper right off it. And then Rick, they cover all that up with mud.
I mean, what I'm trying to discern here, I'm trying to figure out, was it really defective, or how do you know it was defective? Did you have someone look at it?
I did. I had another professional company come out and look at it.
And what did they say? I know what they said. It has to be all redone.
Well, what he said was, he says they definitely weren't a drywall company. They didn't know what they were doing, and he said we can fix what they put up, but I already tore it down.
Rick, I don't know what to tell you, man. How long ago was this?
I know. This was at 12/11
of last year. So in December.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I've been trying to get a hold of him.
Yeah, but Rick, let's just look at this. let's look at this logically. You said there was
Do
a
you have any
drywall
pictures
job.
of it out
Rick,
of curiosity?
What, Mark?
I was just wondering if he had a picture of it that he could send.
Yeah, that's what I was
Because I'm
gonna
kind
ask.
of with you. Drywall can look horrible till they finish.
That's exactly right.
Right.
And let me just go over the problem. Let's assume Rick was right.
Yeah.
Okay, what we have is a guy that roughed in drywall. Rick came home and didn't like it. Rick said, I don't want you to finish the job. You don't know what you're doing. He has another guy come in after the fact, which I love when businesses do that, because most of them, no matter what, will say, yeah, we got to do the whole thing over, blah, blah, blah. So now we have somebody telling him it has to be redone, and he, meanwhile, tears out the whole job. So, Rick, here's what I'm saying to you. I'm going to tell you the truth straight up. There is no way you're going to go back and get reimbursed for something when you did not give them the opportunity to fix it, and when you tore it down, and there's no way to examine. There's no way to say, wait a minute, this is fine or this isn't fine. Whether you're right or wrong, there is no way now to reconstruct this case. Do you have any pics we can at least look at?
Yeah, Tom, I forgot to tell you, he did the walls first instead of doing the ceiling, and he said he was going to cut a half-inch off the ceiling and
Rick, none of that matters. Rick,
Yeah.
none of that matters. The only thing that matters is the finished job, okay? I don't understand what made you want to quit on this guy. Like, what was so bad when you came back and looked at it? You're not a drywaller. How do you know it was a bad job?
Hey, Tom, when he didn't do the ceiling first, that's when I knew he wasn't a drywall. You always do
Rick,
the ceiling first.
that is not sufficient reason to breach the contract. What are you calling about today? Is this guy coming after you for payment?
No, he took $6,000 from me, and he refuses to give me my money back for the dry. I'm willing to pay him for the drywall and the time that he spent doing it, but other than that, and that was $5,500.
All right, Rick.
Yes.
The entire drywall job quoted was how much?
The entire drywall job was $12,280.
Right. Okay, and you paid him half?
I did. When he delivered 55 sheets.
And you believe you should get that money back?
Well, yeah, because he didn't finish the job. He put 20 sheets
you
up
quit.
on the
You fired him,
sidewall.
Rick.
Yeah.
You fired him. You didn't let him finish.
I did.
Well,
right.
So, Rick, if you sued him in small claims court, which would be the logical venue, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. Mark's going to tell you he's a veteran of small claims court. And as far as evidence and all that, hang on. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255. WaterPros.net, the best water systems at the lowest prices anywhere. And I mean that. You call WaterPros, you call no one else. Around $4,900, you get the whole house, forever chemicals, plastics, all of that removed. WaterPros.net, 303-862-5554.
Quick to these three.
Got it. Quick to those.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For your kitchen update done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 48 equal monthly payments with approved credit. For details, 800-362-8370.
We've heard about hair follicle transplants, and restoring your hair, and it works, okay? If you have a qualified doctor, your hair starts growing the very next day. Well, guess what? What about going overseas to have it done? Wait, before you balk at it, listen to this. I have a guy who did this, and he started a company. It was so cool. He went to Istanbul, Turkey to have it done. And then once he did it, he said, you know what? Other people might want to do this, including airfare and hotel and everything. You have a fun time, plus literally get your transplant done. You have a follow-up visit the next day, and it's done for pennies on the dollar. Pennies on the dollar compared to having it done in the States. I want you to check it out. It's called medical tourism in general, but this one is called recoveryourhair.com. 970-534-0676, recoveryourhair.com. Red Rocks Roof and Solar. They do solar the right way. They don't just come to the door and sell it. They also service it and install it. They're a well-rounded professional solar company, and you don't find them like this anymore. They can help you with the tax credits, with deductions. They can help you with financing. They can help you service your system, even if you didn't buy it from them. When it comes to solar, Red Rocks is the real deal. RedRocksRS.com, 303-704-2449. Hey, the first thing we tell people when they come to my financial advisement company is get rid of high interest debt and have an emergency fund. And hardly anyone realizes this. If you have high interest debt, you're losing money every month. So American Financing, I asked to get involved and to help people. And they're partnering with me to bring the Smart Equity Loan, where you can get a loan to pay off that high interest debt. And once you do that, you're on your road to financial freedom. You'll have breathing room. You can pay that down faster if you want, or you can pay it slower on the months you don't have the cash flow. But at least your credit will improve and you'll have management over that high interest debt. It'll be back down in the 5s or 6s as opposed to being 14, 24, and 30%. So find out about the Smart Equity Loan from my partners at AmericanFinancing.net. 303-695-7000. 303-695-7000.
Just
Be kind, thank you.
Yes.
Dimitri's probably the worst at it.
What's Mark doing right now? He's just spitting pearls of wisdom.
He's in here just
My parents are flying in.
for Adeline's
when are they coming in, Mark?
graduation.
2:18 p.m.
Today.
Today? Do you need to take
Yep,
off?
we're picking them up after the show. No, we're just picking them up after the show.
No, the timing will work great.
Go and childproof
They don't
your
land
house.
till like.
Go and childproof your
Yeah,
house.
no kidding. Both of them ended up in the hospital last time they were here. Or I'm sorry, ER.
Wow. Was this after the political debate?
Oh God! Don't! Oh my God! When Mark and his parents get into it,
If they're landing at 2:18, they have luggage. You can pick them up at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I know. Especially my dad. Well,
They
usually
move
he
a
gets a
little
golf
slow.
cart.
Mark, I need the verification code from your phone. Or hang on a second. Yeah, I mean, see if it's
No,
there.
Hannah, my dad fell.
He
was fine. He got out of the hot tub
Thanksgiving Day,
fine.
or that was the night before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, the night before. So he gets
Yeah.
out of the hot tub. He's fine.
Listen.
Then he walks in through the sliding door to get into our house and falls there.
Twice.
And it falls twice. So he ends up in the yard. Then the next day, my mom trips apparently over our dog in
Oh my
the
God,
kitchen.
she almost hit her head on our granite. And I mean, she had two big.
She
looked
looked-
like somebody brutalized her.
It looked like someone threw her down it. About 40
Did you
people.
see it happen?
Yes.
That's the scariest when you're like.
It happened
I was
in
in
front of like
tears.
20 people.
Yeah, I had like 20 people in my house. It was 539-314. I'm using your information for this iFit stuff because it went to you.
So we're gonna
hey Mark, how old are your parents?
Man, they are so old. I mean, like crazy old, like 71.
You son of a bitch! I'll come over there.
No, they're in their 80s, man.
You know what?
This might be.
I want my morons. I want my YouTube morons. I want you to do a survey, and then we'll have an event, and we'll charge for it. Arm
You know,
wrestling
it's so
event.
funny when I
Mark
do
and
that
Tom.
AARP stuff.
Mark.
Oh, please.
And
people,
Tom, the frail old man,
Oh, well, you know, they're
recovering
taking
from
advantage
surgery.
of the elderly. Oh, how old are you?
Please.
Oh, I'm 62. 62 is not elderly.
Not anymore. It's not
oh
supposed
man, we
to
had
be.
we had a guy on the other day that he said he was 66.
He sounded like old as dirt. Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Dan McKenzie is an estate planning attorney, and if you need a will, a trust, if you want to stay out of probate, or if you're in the middle of probate, that's McKenzie Law on our referral list at referrallist.com. McKenzie Law, he's a great guy. 833-CO plans, 833-CO plans. Okay, so basically he hung up, right? Because the guy with the drywall. Here's the deal, people. I'm just going to say this. In every single case, no, not every single, but in the hard to solve cases, people have done something. They've gone in, they got pissed off at the contractor and fired him on the spot. Unless it is so totally egregious where they're doing irreparable harm to your home, or it is so obviously bad that they don't know what they're doing. Short of that, you can't just breach the contract. And before you do, you have to have professional documentation, not just from people
But
that want to.
did.
Go ahead, Mark.
He did something way worse.
Yep, destroyed the evidence.
No.
What else?
He paid up front, or else he wouldn't be in this position.
That's another
He
thing.
paid the guy $6,000 up front. He should have just paid for the drywall when it showed up, then pay the guy daily as he's hanging it.
Now, people, when we bring this up, inevitably, I'm going to get texts about paying up front, both from contractors and consumers. Contractors say, well, I want to make sure they're not just fooling around because I got to keep that slot open, and I want to make sure that they're real. The other ones say, some contractors say, if I don't get money up front, I'll never get paid, or homeowners are tough. Then homeowners will say, if I don't pay money up front, they won't start. Or if I do pay money up front, I check the guy out, and they never really check him out. Here's the bottom line. I'm just going to, because people ask me this all the time, and I have to lay it out. First and foremost, in my opinion, the best scenario is not to pay a penny up front, not a penny. Now, the only exceptions would be if they are ordering materials for your job. If you can verify that, then you can pay a deposit on the materials, and that would be it. Now, or when materials
I paid. For example, I paid Gravina up front. We got a beautiful sliding door from them, and it was a custom. They had to measure it, and they had to order it from the manufacturer, and I think we paid 20% down.
Yeah. Now, or when materials are delivered to your home and it's earmarked for your job, it's okay to pay when they're delivered. The other one is when work begins. Part of that work could be plans. If they're drawing up plans and they visit you several times before they actually take a hammer and start doing stuff, yes, it's okay to pay as you go, but don't ever pay more or don't ever pay substantially less. You don't want them to go broke either, but there's got to be some give and take. So then people say, well, Tom, you might say that, but people on your referral list, some of them demand money down. Yes, they do. And it's not against the law. It's not unethical. There's nothing wrong with it. It just puts you at risk. Even a great person who takes money down, if they're hit by a bus, it's over in many cases. So I just say, try not to pay anything up front, and definitely don't pay just to get a slot in line. I say to contractors, look, I'm not paying you up front. I'll pay you when work begins, or you show me where you're ordering materials and I'll pay. And that's just the way I do it. There are exceptions to everything. There are good people that don't know how to manage money, because most tradesmen are not good businessmen, and good businessmen don't have the wherewithal to do the trade. The most successful business is a business where the people who are knowledgeable in the trade do not try to run their own business, because they usually don't have both sets of skills. If you do, more power to you. But what I try to get over on people is you have two completely different sets of businesses. One is common to all business. That's the acquisition of leads and the closing of sales. No matter what business you're in, that is the first thing that happens, and it's common to all businesses. Carl Scheib one time, he had Gutter Helmet. He owned Gutter Helmet at one time. And he said, Tom, I'm in the business of gathering leads. He was not in the Gutter Helmet business. He said that was the trade, and he left that up to his tradesmen. So you have to have that mindset. You are in the business of acquiring customers and keeping them happy. Then your tradesmen do the work, or tradeswomen. I don't know what the proper term is now, but if you want to do both, you can. If you want to do both, but you must run the business like a business. And too many times people don't do that. Now, here's the deal. If you're in business and you want some ideas, give me a call. Most businesses, like Mark, we've had it happen where we deliver leads to people. They advertise with us. And then all of a sudden they say, well, I'm not so sure the ads are working out. We might be spending too much money. And what do we find, Mark? What do we find in those cases most of the time? you know what we find?
Well,
go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of the time, say it again, Tom. I think I missed you.
No, that's great. So when people come to us now and then, they say, well, Tom, Mark, the ads aren't working. You know, I mean, we're not getting many jobs.
Yeah. They end up coming back. And I'll tell you why they end up coming back. We're in a very unique situation the way we advertise. When we talk about a company like I just talked about Gravina, and someone out there might go, wow, he was really happy with that door, blah, 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 or I do a commercial for him, or Tom does a commercial for him, or we do a commercial for Fix It 24/7.
Right.
That's in here. They hear it, they want the deal, they don't remember the phone number because most likely they're driving. They get back home, or they get to the restaurant or wherever they're going, and they Google Fix It 24/7 or Gravina Windows. And then they take that link from Google over, and it looks like more than not that Google sent the link. Right. So what happens is when they stop the advertising with us, the Google slows down. They got credit for everything we did. And that's just a fact. That's not just this show. It's virtually anybody on the radio or television these days. Google gets credit for everything.
Now, here's another thing I want to say. One of the things that we teach people, because they say when the ads aren't working, we have found in many cases, I'm going to give you a carpet company one time. This carpet company over on Santa Fe, they were advertising with us, and I do what's called rejection research. You know how many people do surveys on customers, satisfied customers, or just customers? After you do business, you get a survey. How did we do? Blah, blah, blah. The most important research is not from customers who bought from you. It's customers that rejected you. So I said to this carpet company, let me do you a favor. I want you to give me the leads that you had from our ads. And then I want to find out, I want to interview. Oh, he says, wait a minute. You don't have to interview them. We have our questionnaires we send to all customers. I said, no, I want the ones who called you and said, we decided not to move forward, or people who rejected you on your first call or visit, because that told us more information than people who used you. So here's what happened. I took a bunch of leads that did not move forward, and I start asking questions. And in this particular case, it all went through one particular person. When they got to that person, they got a bad taste in their mouth. So all of their rejection was coming from this one person. After, and I said to them, you're getting leads. You're not closing leads. That's not Tom's fault. That's not Mark's fault. When we do a commercial, if people call you and you can't close the deal, or something happens that makes a consumer reject you, you better find out why. Sometimes it's simple, sometimes it's complicated, sometimes it's your process, but for some reason or another, they rejected you. So I'm telling businesses right now, keep track of people who have not used you. Keep track of them and do what's called rejection research. Because another thing, they don't mind telling you because they didn't use you. They're not afraid of you being angry. They're not afraid of you not finishing the job. Yeah. You can say, listen, could you help me out? People love doing this too. If you say to a customer, Mary Jane, I noticed that you didn't use us. Could you tell me why? I'm really trying to improve my company. What was it that turned you off? Or what was it that you found better somewhere else? And they'll be completely straight and open with you. Many times it's price. Go ahead, Mark.
So something interesting. When I went to Goodyear store manager school, I mean, I'm like 22 at this time or something like that. They taught exactly that. And then as I bought Goodyears and owned them over the years, I would force my salespeople to do it. So someone comes in looking for tires. You go out, you talk, you measure their tires. Everybody's bought tires. Yes. You know how it goes.
Yeah.
And then you give them a price, and then they're like, okay, well, I'll get back to you. The hardest thing to do, but the most important thing to do right then and there is walk out as they left the store, catch them up by the car, and ask them, why did I lose this sale? I'm just curious.
That's great.
And be nice about it.
Yeah, people actually,
and
people
and
love.
I learned that from Goodyear Corporate.
Yeah, people love telling you, what you did wrong or what you did. Today I was on a call with a salesperson.
Hold on. Let me finish that, because a lot of times it'll be price. They had looked at the price. They were happy with me or the salesperson. They look at the price and they go, well, I want to shop around, which then gives me or my salespeople an opportunity to say, well, if you do find a lower price for the same tire, well, then I'll be happy to beat it by X amount. If it's valid, I really want your business, or I'll throw in a free oil change or added value of a free alignment. It gives me a second chance, or my salespeople a second chance to bring that customer back in.
So
you
if
guys
anyone
must go
wants
through
reject
this on Fix It.
If anyone wants rejection research, we'll do it. But now on Fix It, by the way, speaking of Fix It, the HVAC business, plumbing and electric, all of that, they are so price conscious. People are shocked at prices. Okay, that's the first thing. And then they try to figure out what it should be. And people who are in business correctly with the right equipment, insurance, laws, compliance with local laws, building departments. It's expensive to run vans, and there's a cost of doing business. One thing we have found, there was a guy advertising furnaces one time at a ridiculous price. This was many years ago, but it was $1,200, and all the others were $4,000 and $6,000. So the guy that went out for $1,200 did furnaces. He crashed and burned. He could not keep up with the demand because it was so cheap. But once he did it, if there were any problems, he had no margin there to come back and fix things. He crashed and burned, and people ended up with a lot of stuff that wasn't working properly. Anyway, today, speaking of Fix It, Hannah, help me out here. You have 10 slots open for this.
Yep, just 10.
And I hope I can be the 11th. I don't want to take away from my consumers, but I hope I can be the 11th. Now, what they're doing, this is something everyone should think about. Tell them what it is. 10% off what?
So this is 10% off, like you said, 10 spots only for an installation for a home standby generator. What you're also going to get for this is a free consultation design. So our technician's going to come out. Tom, it's fascinating. When we started doing the service, we thought this would be just for rural homeowners.
Yeah, or weirdos that are waiting for anarchy. You're right. I mean, backup generators.
You said that. I did not.
No, but backup generators used to be for people who were paranoid. I mean, really.
Well, that was what we thought, right?
Yeah.
When we look at the numbers, the majority of our clients are folks that are in the Metroplex, in cities. They are nervous about those rolling blackouts. They don't want to deal with it, and they don't want to be dependent on the grid. It's fascinating who the demo is and what it's doing for their peace of mind. But then also, I mean, I could talk about this forever, property values. One of the best things you can do for your home.
Yeah, and by the way, they have a great electrical department, a backup generator.
Oh, yeah.
They can handle that. And so right now, 10 slots for 10% off. And it's complete from beginning to end. And that's fixmyhome.com, book now, fixmyhome.com, book now. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Call with any problem, question, or complaint. And I'd like your opinion, or I'd like your pearls of wisdom. What works for you when you're shopping? What works for you when you're doing business? Have you found anything that works every time and you want to share it? Please give us a call, 303-713-TALK.
Nope.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino. Now, Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Yeah, we're in pretty good shape out here now. I-25 South coming into downtown through Spears, a little sluggish. You'll see a little traffic out of Commerce City along that stretch up, looks like 270 near Vasquez, but really not in delay mode. 225 around Parker heading back to I-25. Maybe a little slowing. Got construction certainly down on Santa Fe south of C-470. For northbound, there's periodic backups in there. And, of course, US 6 west of Golden up Clear Creek Canyon. Slight delays, but pretty quiet ride. Hey. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. And we sell custom blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices. Our blinds are handcrafted to fit your windows, and if they don't, for any reason, we'll remake them for free. Your satisfaction is always guaranteed at Blindster.com.
At the top of the hour. All right, let's talk about your problems, questions, and complaints right now. Namely, I want to tell you about Joe Lazzara. Now, I hope you never use him. He's a criminal defense attorney. Now, let me explain this. You need to talk to someone if you're ever charged with anything. That goes without saying. Don't ever shop under pressure. So if ever there's a DUI, a high speeding ticket, a scuffle with a neighbor, something even more serious, I don't want to downplay it. If ever you need to talk to a defense attorney, Joe will talk to you free of charge, upfront, initial consultations. But here's the best part. If you hire him, it's a flat rate for the entire thing. You're never going to be nickeled and dimed. Joe Lazzara, 303-429-6200. That's Lazzara. Lazzara. Lazzara is on referralist.com as well. Okay, the Art of Granite will give you a price right now. If you call up, it's amazing. You say, hey, Mitch Fleury is the owner. I want to do this kitchen. I want to do this. I want to do that. You send him a pic or two, and he'll give you a price. Listen, Mark and Suzanne have used him. I've used him. So many people that we know and love use him, and they love the way he does business. You can get prices on the phone, wholesale materials to everyone when it comes to countertops. Tear out and haul away is also free, and he'll do a free bathroom vanity when you have the kitchen done. 303-386-5919, 303-386-5919. How much time do I have, bro?
Energy content is much less than the energy content of diesel.
Shannon, how much time do I have?
A gallon of diesel.
3.5. Sorry, you couldn't hear me. 3.5.
Thank you, sir.
Than a gallon of propane.
Yeah, I'm sure of it.
So that's why the tri-fuel.
I don't think most people want to fuck around with diesel, though. Then you're most people are going to want their natural gas hooked up to it.
Oh, I agree. That would be the primary source of fuel.
Yep.
Diesel, in my case, would be a backup
to
the two gases if they do run out. And diesel would be relatively easy to find after an apocalypse.
Well, you just go around draining shit.
All the trucks, everything that's out there. Just find the nearest garbage truck with a dead guy inside.
We most of the houses in Slidell we look at have beautiful backup generators. The last one I was looking at, not only that, it had the full wall connection. So when you lost, the batteries would power the entire house for about 10 seconds while the generator fires up. So you don't miss a beat. That part's expensive because most of the ones we've looked at, most of the homes, whether it's diesel or natural gas, the power goes off, you got to fire it up and bring everything back up. So your microwaves blink, and you get the idea. Everything.
You got to reset the clock on the VCR.
Everything.
12.
And the CD player.
Am I the last one who uses a CD player?
Yes, you are. If you have a CD player.
Yeah. My car doesn't even come with one. Does yours? No.
Hell no.
Well, how do you listen to shit?
In the Tesla? It's got its own built-in Wi-Fi, so I can launch YouTube, I can launch Spotify, I can launch anything that you can launch on your computer is built right into our touchscreen. Nope. I can watch movies.
Yeah, but if I give you a CD that's at my car, you wouldn't be able to listen to it.
No, but I could put it in my... Shit, I don't even think I have a CD player in my computer anymore, honestly. Jeez. I could put it in my laptop in there, and I could rip it, meaning turn it into an MP3 in about 30 seconds. And then I have it. Then I could email it to my Tesla and play it anytime I want. It's so crazy, man. I haven't had a CD. When's the last time she's into music 100 times more than me. I'm more of talk shows and news stations. When's the last time you literally listened to a CD?
Maybe at the Richards, because they still listen to CDs.
Okay, your CD.
I haven't listened to a CD since the Durango.
Come on, it's like 20 years.
I used to, my Subaru, I played CDs all the time.
Yeah.
Until I got rid of it.
MP3s, actually, you don't even need, so most cars have Bluetooth. Does your car have Bluetooth?
No.
Oh, God.
Any kind of tooth.
What kind?
Thank you.
He's
driving a car from the 80s.
What the hell does
There's no molars in that car.
What the hell does my car need Bluetooth for?
Well, you connect your phone to it, then whatever you do on your phone plays through your speakers.
That sounds pretty fancy.
Yeah.
Oh, real fancy. You'd be the third to do it.
Stick around because he knew we were...
Let me ask you this.
I told him
is your bathroom located outside of your house?
Last week I bumped into like some. God, what are those people in Pennsylvania? They ride around buggy.
The Quakers.
Yeah, they rode by
Amish.
in a buggy.
Yeah.
And the guy was like, "Hey, bro, get with the times."
Yeah, get with the times.
Who's the one that has the hole in the sheet? I want that one.
Hey, Tommy.
Yeah.
I sent you a couple of credit card charges I needed.
Coming back.
All right. Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Frank Duran, the real estate man, will do an evaluation of your home on what it will sell for without hooking up or listing or anything. You have no obligation. You call him. He does a worksheet, comparables, neighborhoods, and of course the same kinds of houses, supply and demand. All of the factors are written down and analyzed, and it's really accurate. Get it free of charge, 303-920-1622, frankdurantherealestateman.com. So we're having an interesting topic here, and I got a text here saying that they have found that if you put money up front, sometimes you're put to the back of the line because they already have some money on you. And then people who won't pay up front, but will only pay when the job is done or the job is started, they tend to go to those people first. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but I do know that most every single problem that we have had that's complicated starts, first of all, I'm going to tell you the anatomy of the problem. The very first problem, if you took a universe of problems and picked out ones, the most common characteristic of a consumer ripoff is first, the consumer is solicited. Now, I'm not saying in all cases when you're solicited, it's bad. I'm saying it's the first sign, usually. So in other words, if you took 1,000 cases of ripoffs, you would find that the vast majority of them were when businesses contacted the consumer, not when the consumer went shopping and contacted the business. That's because your chance of finding a ripoff is pretty small when you go shopping because most businesses are not ripoffs. But if a company contacts you, that means either they don't have enough leads, they're doing something wrong, they're not growing, so they contact you. When you get a phone call or an email or a text from a company, that's being solicited. And most problems that are ripoffs start out with consumers being solicited. That's number one. Number two would be the money up front. Almost every single major problem we have is where the consumer paid money up front. And that's again because businesses don't know cash flow. They take money, and many times that money is used for the current job they're on, and it's not put away for yours. There is a law in Colorado called the Contractors Trust Act. And it simply says if you take money for Mark and Suzanne's deck, you better put it away and use it for their deck. You can commingle funds, but you should have an accounting of each and every deposit and what it's being held for. And that is an enforceable law that can actually become a crime if a contractor continues to do it. Most people don't pursue it. And frankly, most DAs...
Well, most DAs don't pursue it.
That's right.
Most police don't pursue it.
Yeah, they don't know what to do with problems like that. But if contractors take your money and they don't put it in trust, it is more than just a civil problem. Go ahead, Doc.
Oh, somewhere between 1 and 2, I think one of the biggest problems is people not having or not reading the contract.
Oh, or that absolutely.
After you know, even if it's a reputable company, you want to know what the terms and the conditions are so that you're aware of what you can and cannot do.
I want to say something to that, and I agree with Doc 100%, especially if you don't know the people, but I just had Genesis repaint the entire inside of our house. You know, we're talking like a $12,000 deal. I never looked at a contract. I never signed a contract. I know Mark. I know the owner. I know Genesis. They finished. It looked good. We pay them.
That's not a good way of doing business.
Same with Excel Roofing. When they came out and did my roof the same way. If I had fixed it out to do my furnace, they have those tablets and stuff, but I wouldn't read through it. I'd just sign it. The people I trust. But if I'm dealing with somebody I've never dealt before, or someone maybe I've dealt with before, but they're kind of small time, I would definitely read through the contract.
Absolutely. And here's the deal, man.
And I wanted to say something else when we were talking to Hannah. One of the things with HVAC, and Tom, we talk about this all the time, is the price
break.
I truly believe it is an educational part to the consumer on it. I was thinking about something. I used to go, even a couple of years I'd go,
Mark,
home
hold on to
service
that
companies.
thought. We'll come right back to you. Hang on. We'll be right back.
Got it.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Yeah, we're in pretty good shape out here now. I-25 South coming into downtown through Spears, a little sluggish. You'll see a little traffic out of Commerce City along that stretch up. Looks like 270 near Vasquez, but really not in a delay mode. 225 around Parker heading back to I-25. Maybe a little slowing. Got construction certainly down on Santa Fe south of C-470. For northbounders, periodic backups in there. And, of course, US 6 west of Golden up Clear Creek Canyon. Slight delays, but pretty quiet ride. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Hi, I'm Kyle, founder of Blindster.com. I started Blindster in 2010 to make quality, custom-made blinds affordable to everyone. Traditional window covering retailers are expensive. Our prices are low, and our blinds are guaranteed to fit. Blindster.com.
Real estate is a topic on this show almost every day. We have a real estate expert we use, a go-to attorney who knows all about real estate law, and that's what he specializes in. The O'Brien team at O'Brien Legal Services. That's Brad O'Brien. If you have a border dispute, eminent domain, adverse possession, things like survey problems, HOA problems, a landlord wanting to rent, getting the right kind of lease, anything, he does it all. If it's real estate, it's O'Brien Legal Services, olslaw.com, 720-370-7388. Investing comes in all shapes and sizes. There is one type of investment that everyone can do to get started. It's called Become the Banker. Now, here's what it is. You purposely get a life insurance policy and overfund it. In other words, if the premium is so much for the cost of insurance, you voluntarily pay more. And it goes into a cash account that grows tax-free. That's what the government allows you to do. If you have life insurance, you're allowed to put away money in that life insurance policy to increase its cash value. That money is yours to use. People borrow from it and pay it back, and then they get to even pay themselves interest. That's why it's called Become the Banker. So why don't you contact them about this? Because that cash value becomes a nest egg in retirement. BecomeTheBanker.org, 303-779-6600.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We need trillions of cuts, not hundreds of billions of cuts.
So today,
but they're
Mark,
not going to.
So today, I'm going to go through.
Hannah, if you hit offline, you can hear Tom.
I can barely hear you, brother.
All right, I just want to tell you. So today I'll do 2 hours to ease myself in, and then Friday.
Sounds good.
What I was thinking of Friday
when you talk, you don't have
is
to hit
me
on.
coming in, and I'll finish the show.
So,
are you sure you want to come in?
I'm thinking. I'm feeling pretty good.
It doesn't. It's going to be the normal. So we've got Jeff and Kevin. So if you want to stay, I'll tell you what. I'd ask your sisters. So Mr. I need to get out and move. I'd ask your sisters and go with what they say.
My vote is stay home.
I don't like the idea of you moving around. You're not supposed to be moving around. Going on at the station, a lot of disease.
Yes. No, let's just,
Shannon's still here.
Yeah, I don't. There's no need for you to be here ever.
Okay. All right.
The VD is rampant on the other side of the glass, so watch out.
This has been great. A vacation.
May 27th, 2:30.
You've got to listen to the doctors, man. I don't even know what they're telling you, but that kind of irritates me, you even saying that, unless they're saying it's cool for you to be out.
I'll find out. You know what? I got a follow-up appointment
Superman. Tomorrow. Yeah, there you go. That's what I like. That I like. Remember the times you did push it a little too much?
Yeah.
And you were like, I shouldn't have done that.
I know. That was mostly at the gym.
I'm waiting for him to fly over to my house like over the weekend.
Yeah.
Actually, the cool part with you is you can always bring your
doctor.
Yeah, doctor.
Mine's
He's
doctor.
got his doctor in the helicopter with him.
Yeah.
You can always just fly over in a flight for life, sir.
How much time do we have coming back, Shannon?
Like,
let's see, back at 56:45, music 58:45.
So, Mark, continue your story when we come back.
Yeah, okay.
Do you remember what it was?
Oh, I was talking about Fix It. Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Not just Fix It, but industry in general.
So proud of you guys planning out a segment. Oh.
I'm You're
You
such
son of a bitch.
We did it on purpose.
I think you're almost thinking about the show.
You are such a dick. Ask me how much prep I put in today. Go ahead.
Oh.
About 4.5 hours.
It was a yoga class. That's your prep.
However long it takes you to tell your car to get you
Suze,
here.
do you guys do yoga every day?
I try to do 3 times a week.
I do more than that.
Wow, geez.
Sometimes we do 5, but it's been a while for me. But most weeks, I'd say you do 5.
Yeah, like yesterday I did 2 classes.
One
and
time.
Sunday I did an hour and a half hot yoga. Holy cow, talk about kicking my
And
butt.
how often can you stretch a rubber band and it still works?
It is the best feeling.
One time I swam across Cherry Creek Reservoir. Then I worked out at one of those places for 2 hours. Then I did a yoga class. Then I
And I
ring
have smell issues from COVID
a small
years ago.
marathon, half
so
marathon.
everything, like I go, what is
And
that?
then,
It's like a
back.
funky, you know?
Then I
like
went
I'm
home.
sensitive to certain stuff.
Free iHeartRadio app and listen now.
I'm Tom Martino. Mark was telling a story. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, here's the deal. I was thinking about home services. A lot of people call up and they constantly say, I can't believe it. Last time I bought a furnace, it was $3,000. Now there's $6,000, $7,000, $8,000. Well, I started thinking about it. If you go back, it's one of those items you buy, whether an AC or furnace, typically they're going to last 15 years, maybe even 20. So the last time people bought them was like 2005 or 2010. You know, in 2005, I could buy a brand new Hyundai Elantra for like $11,000. Now they're $23,000. Eggs were like 89 cents. Bacon was 99 cents a pound. I mean, think about it. We kind of complain about prices, and the reason people complain about big items, including cars, anything that's over a few grand, is because it's massive. But when something used to cost $1 and now it's $7, it doesn't seem to bother us as much. I mean, does that make sense to you?
It makes
the amount. It's
absolute-
just kind of crazy.
Absolute complete sense to me. Pricing, but listen, it's always been the most tricky thing in the world is pricing. And Hannah will tell you, Fix It 24/7 knows that. That's why when they do that $39 extreme clean, they're losing money on every one of them. They just want to get into a home to show people what they can do. It's all about getting customers for the future. And they don't make money on that $49 sump pump service or the $39 extreme clean. And by the way, if you're interested in any of them, fixmyhome.com is the website. Hit book now for those services. Again, take advantage of these kinds of things when companies want to show you what they can do. It's a real deal. Anyway, we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And
Is that your sister?
yeah,
Hi, sister.
Their mics are on. Yeah.
How are you guys doing?
We're doing well. How are you?
I like that. I am doing great. Did you hear him saying he wanted to come in here Friday?
We're going to talk about that. We're going to see what the doctor says
Thank you.
tomorrow.
I like that. How's he doing though? Is he behaving in all realness?
You want to, Mark? The truth is, you want to know what my biggest challenge is? Honest to God, you know what my biggest challenge is, and it hurts if I don't do it right. Is my stomach is so much more smaller. 25% is off this. I only have 75% of my stomach. It's amazing how little it takes to eat, and then if you don't stop, it really hurts. Holy shit!
It hurts.
I slam.
It's almost like it's probably like getting one of those lap belts the first week or stomach belts.
Bypass. Yeah.
And I'm telling you, man, it really hurt. I got so hurt because I slammed two chicken quarters, the leg and thigh. So I had 2 legs and 2 thighs and slammed them before I realized it was way past my limit.
So now we're going to proportion his meal out.
What's that, Mark?
When do you go in and this sounds a little, I don't know, it's a real question though. When did they check for leaks? I mean, they really took out a lot and hooked up stuff different ways.
Mark, I have drains in me right now.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah, so so
when do those come out, or that's all?
That's what we'll find out tomorrow.
Got it.
So I have literally 2 little tubes coming out of my stomach. It's disgusting.
Is there like a knob on them? They turn on and off, or how does that work?
There are little bottles.
I hear her.
There are little bottles that are at the end of those tubes that collect it. Then when you drain the bottle, when you drain the bottle, you hook it back up again, and it's all natural suction. You squeeze the bottle, put the cap on it, and let it go. So then it naturally, it's a natural suction.
Sucks it.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Interesting.
I bet you hate it because everybody who has hair like you.
Well, you've spilled about 1,000 sodas on the board in here. Can you not come in on Friday with your leaky belly?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's the only part. Yeah.
I don't want to be cleaning that up.
Oh, shit.
No.
It's really nice you two could get out there. Hey, did Vinny come out?
I like working. He's at home. He's at home.
Is he? Okay.
Yes.
Holding down the fort.
Yes.
How dry it is.
We'll be out again in a couple of weeks to visit our daughter and check on him.
Okay.
Are they still up by Aspen?
Like it's a living.
Dale is Carbondale and
something Dale.
Breathing.
It's fluid.
And some days it's a beautiful animal. Other days, road kills come alive.
And your daughter's
and you guys
from law school.
My God.
How old is she, Mark? How old is she?
Next time.
She just turned 23. She will be the youngest to.
She's an attorney.
Not only the youngest to graduate from Laramie. She's got a great job lined up.
She's got a job, and she. Can you believe that?
And I can finally get a reason to go to jail for once. I want to go to jail just one time, but nothing crazy.
Mark
nothing
and I
that's like
can
going to
keep
make
her
the
employed
news.
full time.
Just a fun little night.
What's she going to specialize in?
Use Addie to get me out.
Personal injury.
Personal injury, the big bucks, big bucks.
Oh, yeah.
She's working for Dan Kaplis.
Dan is one of our talk show hosts, but he's primarily an attorney. I got Dan into it years ago.
Yeah, like, my God, 20 plus.
Let's see, how long has it been, man?
But, so, ladies, youngest in Wyoming to ever practice law.
Oh, my God, bless her.
Yeah.
Not in I beat her up, though, because she didn't get California. There's a 16-year-old that passed the bar in California, so I don't know what her problem is.
Wow.
I wonder who she takes after.
Mom.
Her looks take after Mom, that's for sure.
That's wonderful.
Actually, I want to send Tom that photo Addie sent.
Let me tell
I want you to
look
look
at... Oh, my God. Addie did one of those AI Tom, of what she would look like as a man. Oh, my God.
Picture me at 20 years old.
Oh, gosh. It's crazy.
Literally, see... Actually, you knew me in my very early 20s. Well, that was a long time ago.
Of course I did.
She's a pretty version of her dad.
Look at this picture. It's scary.
She's way better than that.
Well, I looked a lot better in my 20s. I weighed a lot less, too. I remember those days. You could eat and drink and do everything, and nothing stuck with you.
I know.
No weight. It's like my son. My son can, eat 2 large pizzas and literally lose weight somehow. Although he does walk about 80,000 steps a day.
He's a Walmart manager for a giant Walmart. Wow.
Look at that picture.
Oh,
which picture?
Oh my gosh!
Did you text
That's
it?
Addie sent.
My God!
With the beard.
Oh
That's
shit!
crazy.
That's her as
Well,
a
if there was
as a
any
guy.
doubt who the father is,
That would be
And
his
she
daughter.
just turned 23. Let me see that thing.
My grandson.
Now send a real picture of Addie, Suze.
Yeah.
Sue, send a real picture of Addie so they can see how pretty she is.
Okay.
She transgendered.
I'll send a real picture here.
Okay, good.
So,
wait till
hey,
you see what she really
at
looks
Miles,
like. She's so,
listen to this.
She
At
is
Miles,
so adorable. My God in heaven, she is so adorable.
At Miles' birthday, Tom,
yeah,
we were all out at a restaurant called Great Divide in Castle Rock.
Yeah, I know that.
And Addie showed up with a cake, okay?
Yeah.
Showed up with this big sheet cake, and it said, "Happy transgendering." And then Miles had no idea it was going to be there.
Sue, send it to us.
I'm doing it right now. I'm sending you a screenshot.
Okay. Yeah. Wait
So
till you see.
if I use that app and do
History
me as a
real
girl,
quick.
I wonder if I'd look like her.
Oh, that's funny. There it is, Tommy, with her boyfriend.
Look,
Let me see it.
Look how sweet she is.
She's beautiful.
She is. Look at her. Isn't she gorgeous?
She is.
And she's a lawyer?
Yes. At 23.
Yeah, I know.
She's a lawyer.
She looks like she's 16.
She does look young.
Her boyfriend's a lawyer, too. He graduated a year
The lady
before.
questioned her age for yoga the other day, Mark.
He is
It's like, is she over 18?
That's hilarious.
Yep. Say she looks nothing like Mark. Fuck that.
Language.
I could only imagine a major lawyer.
What do you guys think of the new Pope? Do you like the U.S. Pope? I love
Club
it.
can help you go to jail. Yes, Savvy.
Chicago.
I love it. And I think he's going to be a little more, I think he's going to be moderate, which I like.
I agree. Yep.
You know, do
You
popes
got to have a little doctrine.
They do have power.
You can't be around 2,000 years without doctrine.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
All right, I'm Tom Martino, and I welcome you to the only show of its kind anywhere in the universe. And I've been talking a lot about, well, not a lot, but I've been talking about my surgery. I had surgery. It's called the Whipple procedure, and it's because I was basically diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, and we had and we kept it quiet in the beginning, of course, and then I took several rounds of chemotherapy and then had surgery, and I was declared cancer-free. One of the rare cases where they can get it all. It was totally operable and isolated. But through that all, I talked about my sisters coming out. One is a nurse, one is a registered respiratory therapist. And I said, they're going to come out and take care of me. So Mark was talking to him off the air. And for my YouTube morons, I'm going to put a photo up here. Not a photo. I mean, I'm going to put up a picture. And there they are, my elderly sisters. That's a joke, by the way. Anyway, so
You are the baby, aren't you?
They're both still, I'm next to the baby, but they're both still practicing. So you see, those are my sisters if you are streaming in that wide
Put
shot.
it in full screen. There you go.
It is. It's coming up, full screen. So
How come they look so much better than you?
Well,
are
they
you
do.
adopted?
Yeah, I know it. It's amazing. Anyway, they've been taking care of me, and part of that is getting used to a new stomach, because 25% of my stomach's gone. But hey, it's happening. It's just that I'm so used to scarfing food. That's my biggest problem. I eat before I don't know if you guys do that, but if you eat slowly, you get a more accurate representation of whether you're full or not. When I slam food, I'm so used to slamming food. I don't know why. I've always done it. I think part of that's being in radio. You know, you get a break for, when we have pizza day, for example, Mark, on car day, we have 2 minutes and you gotta take a piece of pizza. Right. So anyway, there they are. Welcome. And,
hey, was Tom a pain in the ass as a kid? I really want to know. Put one of them on a mic.
See, they're not.
I don't. Okay. My lie detector's
I am going to
blinking.
discuss. I'm going to give away one secret that is an honest to God secret of how I was as a kid. I was a weirdo about privacy, even as a 3 and 4 year old. Okay. Now they're going to tell you what I demanded when I went potty. And now we did not rehearse this. So no, seriously, we're talking 4 years old. Okay. Or whenever you go potty.
Like 2
or 3. What did I want? When you got to talk right.
Get
in
a
there.
little closer to the mic.
Get right. Yeah.
We had to make a tent over his potty chair so he would have his privacy, and he wouldn't come out until he was finished.
He still does that at the studio.
Mark, make a tent. Yeah, that's exactly right.
So if you ever visit and he has a tent over him, run.
Yeah. So seriously, I had a potty and they would make a tent with a blanket or I wouldn't go.
Now, I got Dimitri next to me, and I've got Doc across from me, and this is very in line with that. There's one bathroom in his house that no one can use except for Tom. So that basically is the same thing as a grown-up.
Yeah,
we just call it the executive.
Yeah, the executive bath. Anyway, so give us a call, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Questions, problem, complaints. And one of the things that I wanted to talk about, and let me bring up the window, because people are paying, let me grab it here, for streaming, right? Okay. There are so many different what do you call them? Hubs, right? You have hubs that are built into the Samsung. You have hubs that are built in, well, not built in, but they're hub sticks. So you take any TV, you put a stick in, a USB stick, and that USB becomes your hub. And one of the big problems people are having, that they're outdated so soon, and they're not easy to update. But if you have a hub stick, I'd like to know from people, what hub do they use? And is there one that beats the hell out of all of them? I would like a super stick that you can put in and not have to worry. And when you change TVs, you simply plug it in and it works. But smart hubs.
Fire stick.
What, is that what you like? Is that the Amazon
Fire stick? My God, we have them everywhere. Yeah, you can go to a hotel and plug it in. I mean, there's nothing to it.
So
it's a USB stick and a remote.
You take it with you.
Yeah, I generally always have one. It just anywhere I'm at. Yes.
Okay. So these hubs give you access to all of the apps. I don't watch regular TV. I don't even have regular cable streaming. What I use is YouTube TV for what they call live TV. And then I use all the apps, the different apps. And my smart hubs, the one problem that I don't like, I'd like to have the same hub on every device, because really, if you go to your home, your
Fire
other home,
stick.
yeah, just one stick. And that's what you're saying you do. You have a stick that will duplicate exactly. Go ahead.
Every monitor we have has a Fire Stick in it. Other people use just Roku. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, but I know what you're saying. I don't use the Samsung hub built into the TV. We use a Fire Stick in every TV we have.
Now, speaking of this,
they're dirt cheap, Tom. They're like, during Prime Day, they're like $15, man.
Okay, this brings up why I brought this up. That smart hub is on my TV, and I have Alexa. Is that what it's called? Amazon? Is it Alexis?
Yep. That's Fire Stick.
Yep. I have Google Home. I have all kinds of stuff around my house. And Dimitri, he comes to the house when I'm up and running normally. He's here a lot. And Deputy D swears to God that every one of these devices spy on you. Every one of them.
Oh, hold on. Mark, you weren't there a few months ago when I helped Tom set up his new ginormous TV that serves as the backdrop to his set. It's a giant LG, and when he first powered it up, it would not let him bypass a couple of parts in the setup. It wanted to know his birth date.
Yeah.
Why do you think a TV needs to know your birth date?
Just to gather information to report back to Big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot.
I don't have a problem with that, though.
Do you think, truly,
you can put in a fake birthday?
Dimitri is convinced that for a normal person who doesn't watch what they're doing and just goes through normal life. He's convinced there are dozens of things spying on us, dozens, to gather data about.
My phone right now is spying on me. I mean, there's no doubt about that. We agree to that in every app we have.
Mark, is your Tesla?
Oh my God, dude, my Tesla knows everything about us. It knows my driving habits. It knows where we go, when we charge, when we're at home, where our work is, our favorite movie theater, our favorite restaurants.
I don't think
it's
there's
crazy.
a way to
It knows
stop
everything.
Dimitri is pretty cautious, but I don't think there's any way to stop these apps.
He still listens to CDs.
Well,
he's got an 8-track player next to him.
Hey, but Dimitri.
Well, if you guys want to think about the next level, think about AI and ChatGPT.
Dee, do you have a
I got to tell, she just brought up AI. I got to say something real quick. I have this program now at home called Runway, Tom. It is absolutely incredible. So I'm creating this 10 to 15 second video that is going to go out through Instagram and YouTube, basically all over the country, to different demographics I choose, saying we give free help, call the Troubleshooter Show, etc. So I said, I want a video of a bad plumber working on a toilet, and all of a sudden there's a huge leak and it floods. Then I want it to cut over to a guy working on a furnace, and he accidentally puts a hole in the wall, and the whole house catches on fire. Then I want you to flash to me saying this. It created that I can't even explain to you the best 15-second commercial that looks so realistic, it's unbelievable, based upon my type description.
Mark,
it is crazy.
Let's play
the
it.
most. I don't know why we have jobs right now, to be quite honest.
I mean, Mark, let's just play that. I would love to see that, by the way. Here's how I know Mark got AI. Here's how I know Suze. Mark got AI when when his emails actually started making sense and they were complete sentences.
I knew you were going to say that. Are you saying that email I sent the other day you thought I ran through
and there was
AI?
more than a one-syllable word, and there were capitalizations.
Oh, you suck.
Go
get your tent.
His letters improve 1,000%. Andrew, let's
Shut
take
up.
you real quick.
I don't use AI.
Andrew, you have a comment on paying contractors up front. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, I was just going to say, in my mind, I think it's a good practice to pay half up front on a project, just because I think it's a give and take between both sides. I mean, you're showing that you have money to put towards this, and I think the contractor's saying that, we'll do the work, we'll start the work if we've got the half, and then we'll finish it, and then at the end you get paid the full amount.
But when would you pay the first half, though? When would you put up the first half? Well, right in the beginning?
Yeah, we just did it we had a new garage door from One Clear Choice. Yeah. And so we paid half up front to have the door made. And then at the end, when it was installed, then we paid.
Well, I agree 100% with that, Andrew. If it's a custom job like that, I even explained I paid, I think it was 20 or 25% down from Gravina on our new sliding door. But that's custom stuff. Would you pay if you hired someone to come over and do landscaping at your house, and they were going to, trim up the bushes and plant a tree or whatever they were going to do, mow your lawn? Would you pay them half up front or wait till it's done?
I think I would pay half up front.
God, I wouldn't.
I mean, by One Clear Choice garage doors, by the way, obviously we advertise for them. I love them. They're great people, 24/7 service, and they can do all of that. I would trust them too. See, the problem isn't that everyone's out to get your money. The problem is just unforeseen circumstances can befall everyone. And I just think it's safer not to do that. But if One Clear Choice doors came to my home, I would have no qualms about putting half down. In fact, I would say that with my referral list, I would have no qualms with any of those businesses because we go to such great lengths to clear them. However, Mark, we have had, I believe there were 2 in our history that went out of business after taking money, not on purpose.
Solar Mart and Magic Floors or something like that.
2.
What the hell was it called? Garage Magic.
Yeah. So 2 in our complete history had situations where money had been taken and they didn't start the jobs. But it wasn't engineered. It was truly, just unforeseen circumstances. And by the way, speaking
but here's, I wanted.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me throw this in real quick, just for Andrew, since we have him up. Andrew, if you're dealing with a bigger company too, like if I'm ordering something from Costco, I'm going to pay up front and they're going to ship it to me. I know Costco's been around forever, but just like you said on the landscaper, if they're reputable, yeah, if they've been around 20 years, maybe so. But you're doing business with some guy, some HVAC guy, you never know. He's a 1 or 2 man show, and he wants $3,000 or half down to put a furnace in. I think you're insane. You could give him the $3,000, that guy could leave, get hit by a truck, right, and you have no idea what's going to happen.
That's exactly right. By the way, One Clear Choice, I want to say this, because One Clear Choice stores, honest to God, I have never seen a company so wonderful. I mean, they have flat pricing, upfront, everything you want done. There have been times I've called them in the late evening because my garage door wouldn't close, and they're out there 24/7. So while we were talking about them, I just wanted to let people know about them. One Clear Choice Doors, and also every single thing they do is listed on their website along with the price. That's what I love.
Which is crazy.
Yes, 720-370-3987. I just want to give that number. It's 720-370-3987. Doc, what did you want to say?
Does it ever pay to set up an escrow account? Let's say you have a big project that's going to cost you $60,000.
Hell yeah.
So
but how do you do that? Would anyone know how to set up an escrow account?
I don't know.
That's a good topic. We'll bring it up. By the way, just hang on. Larry wants to talk about software and cars and all of that. So stick around. I'm Tom Martino.
Yep.
Mark can do this one. Okay, with Joe. I'm going to do Excel.
You ever try to find a real estate agent and end up with your neighbor's dog?
Fun.
Thanks. Yeah, don't do that. Call Ashley Key with Liv Sotheby's International Realty. Ashley listens to this show and partners her business with Jeffco Kids First, so you know she shares your good taste and your values. She offers premier buyer and listing services like expert staging, pro photography, aerials, and twilight shots, backed by the global reach of the Liv Sotheby's brand. And if you're not in her area, she knows someone who is. Visit Key.com.
Just told him.
I love Excel Roofing. It was the very first roofer I've done commercials for, the very first member of my referral list. Really, I know Jay, and he runs this. Now his son Henry has taken over. They're wonderful people. And this is a company that doesn't take 1 cent, not a penny, until you're content. They'll come in, give you a complete bid estimate, and then they do the work, and unless you're 100% satisfied, they don't collect. That's how they do it. Not a cent until you're content. 303-761-6400. You can call for estimates, whether it's insurance or self-pay, and they even do maintenance and repairs on all roofs. Excel as an excellent, EXCEL, excelroofing.com, 761-6400.
Yep.
Yano, I've got to ask you something, man. We do a show together on the weekends about finance. We talk about annuities. We talk about a lot of things. I want to talk about Become the Banker, the life insurance product. My understanding is Congress, a long time ago, created different, I guess they're loopholes, where you can build a tax-free money account away from stocks and other things like a 401k. How does that work, and where is the benefit?
You're right, Mark. That's the thing, is you're able to build money using life insurance, specialized life insurance policies, building tax-free money with guaranteed rate of returns higher than what the banks are giving, and having no risk with the stock market danger. On top of that, though, you get to use the money. No RMDs, no penalties for using your money early for ages requirements or anything of that. You can use it for anything, to self-finance, college, purchases, just like I've done. My first vehicle when I was 16, I used this program, Become the Banker Life Insurance.
So think about this. What he's saying is you have this tax-free money, you're sitting there, and you want to go buy a car. Instead of buying the car using a bank and paying the bank 8% interest, you pay it out of this policy you have. Check it out. You pay it right out of the policy. You basically borrow like you do from a bank. but you charge yourself interest. As you make payments on it, let's say you charge yourself 12% interest. That retirement account's making 12% interest on that money, and you're not giving that money to anybody else. You get to keep the whole thing. I mean, it's a pretty crazy thing. When did Congress create these kind of strange rules for people?
Yeah, they did this because really they're taking advantage of it themselves. You know, that's the key thing, is building money away from the banks, and that's what we are all about.
And I love it. And these guys have been around forever. Some of their other products are unbelievable. If you want to start thinking of retirement and doing it the right way, it doesn't matter what age you are, go to mymoneymyway.com. Please call them up. Ask the questions. mymoneymyway.com.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. I've added another burner to my very large collection of defense products.
Outside?
Yeah, I'm doing both.
Okay, yeah.
It's double the price.
Yeah, he asked just to have the screens taken off and put by the main entrance. I'm texting him because I wanted to know what time and what day.
I had to send him pictures. I hope he can get those hot water spots.
I am so excited.
I was shocked when he came back with the price. And I know it's a good price, but I'm still like, damn.
Is he doing the basement ones too?
He's doing every window.
Ooh.
We got so many windows.
Whatever happened to the kids? Can you talk about it?
I don't know, but I got to take them off.
I've told you that several times.
Yeah, I know, but what happens is we had to revert back to a different. It's just a long story.
Long story short.
Yeah. How many windows do you think we have?
Let's see here.
I'm counting right now.
I'm thinking 1, 2, 3.
The ones that are double windows count as one. You know what I'm saying?
You mean like a bedroom window that has two?
How many
panels on each
openings,
side?
basically? How many openings?
3, 4,
Oh, there you go. How many openings? That's a good way to put it.
Oh,
down.
okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my God, I'm already losing count. 7, 8, 9. Ooh.
We got to hit fix it.
windows.
Well, I have 16. I just counted them.
Oh, do we have 75, Mark?
What is spying on you?
We got 50 to 52. I think I counted one twice.
What's that?
A lot of windows. You know Jorge who cleaned your garage?
Well, we have toys for her all over.
Tommy?
What's that?
Oh, he's talking to us.
Yeah.
You know Jorge who cleaned your garage? He's going to do our windows.
He is great, man. What a great job he did.
He's such a nice guy.
I keep telling him I'd love to have him on. It'd be great, but he's a
little gun shy.
Yeah, he's gun shy. He says, I don't speak good English. And I keep trying to tell him, if we're talking about window washing and you actually sound like you're Mexican, quite frankly.
Here you go.
Blindster.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-8255. Renew Home Innovations will do the most beautiful showers, walk-in showers. They convert the old tub shower combo, those shubs, they're terrible. Anyway, they make beautiful, big rectangle walk-in showers with porcelain, sheet porcelain. Unbelievable. They do it in just 2 or 3 days and all kinds of repayment options with no interest even. RenewHomeInnovations.com, 303-904-2000. 904-2000. Okay, so JR from the road. Oh, excuse me, Larry first. Larry wants to talk about new software law for cars, and I'm not sure what he's talking about. Larry, clue us in here. What are you talking about?
I will. First of all, I want to say you sound great, Tom. We're so glad that you're doing well.
Thank you.
This is an actual law that many people haven't talked about, and I believe it was passed as part of the new Green Deal under the Biden administration. I'm not sure about that, but it is an actual law. All cars from 2026 and on will have a program in them from the manufacturer that will allow the federal or state government to shut your car off remotely.
What?
Now, it sounds ridiculous. Yeah, it sounds ridiculous. I looked it up. It's an actual law. There was one Republican senator.
Do you know the name of the law?
Larry,
do you know the name of the law?
I don't know the law. No, I don't know the name of the law. But if you just Google, 2026 cars and beyond program to shut off, it'll come up.
Well, it was part of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, but I don't know if any manufacturers have actually done it. I don't know of one car that the government has access to remotely shut off. Most manufacturers do, but I don't think the government has access to that yet. But that was definitely part of that Jobs Act.
Wait a minute, Mark.
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
From what I understand,
Mark, you said
2026.
But Mark, you say that right now manufacturers have that?
Well, yeah, any car out there that has like OnStar or any kind of connectivity, which is almost every car that I know of, that is made at least in the last 5 or 6 years. I can't think of any car that doesn't have something like that. I mean, in the United States and Mexico and other places they do. But yeah, so if your car's stolen, they can remotely shut it off. But most cars, they can tell if it's stolen where it's located.
But I want to tell you, Larry.
The difference here, Mark.
Larry, there is no, according to my boyfriend, ChatGPT, they said there is no actual law. As part of the Investment and Jobs Act, as Mark said, they said that it must be equipped with advanced drunk and impaired driving prevention technology to reduce accidents. And it's intended to monitor the driver's performance, and it will shut itself down. It's not remotely done.
Yeah, and I don't even think that's in effect yet.
Like if it noted erratic driving.
I will look. Yeah, Tom, I will look up the article that I read based on the Republican senator, and I'll just email that to you.
Okay, I want to see it because according to ChatGPT, the technology, what you're talking about, exists, but it's for detection of erratic or dangerous driving.
And I have never seen that in effect on a Tesla or a Hyundai or any vehicle I've owned ever. I've just never seen it. Like in other words, if I get in and just start swerving on purpose, the car doesn't care. It just simply doesn't care. So, I mean, I don't know of any car that cares.
No, they say it's not in effect yet. It'll be 2026.
And I don't mind it, but I'll tell you what I like better, and you know this, just the full self-driving. I think everything should go to that. We're not going to have accidents. We're not going to have deaths. John Fuller's going to have to find a new job. Dan Kaplan's going to have to find a new job because, honest to God, car accidents would be gone.
It is amazing to me, that technology. When you took me for the ride, and it stops at intersections.
Oh, God, you were You kept asking questions like, wait, there's a car coming. Do I got to hit the brake? I had to tell him in a 10, 15-minute drive 100 times, you don't touch anything. Let the car do it. It's kind of terrifying, though, isn't it?
It's amazing to me. It's just absolute. And then I wonder, how does it judge? Like one time, it stopped for an oncoming car when we were going to turn right. The next time, it did not stop, and I want to know, how do they calculate how fast that other car is going and if we can make it or not?
It's got Tesla vision on the new one, so that car you were in is Computer 4 is what Tesla calls it. There's so many sensors and high-definition cameras, it simply can shoot radar out, see how far that car is, and then it's got the camera to determine, where it's turning, when it's turning, where the stop sign is. It just literally does it all on the fly. It's remarkable.
Do you think there will ever be technology in a car that, and I'm not being silly, I mean it, that will have some kind of a force field, for example, for maybe a rock chip or hail damage or something? I'm wondering if ever there could be any kind of a protective field. And it may sound crazy.
I think there will. No, I think there will be, but it's not. I don't see that in our lifetime. But of course, I mean, if we went back to 1940 and said we'd have a little phone like we do now that could connect anywhere in the world, or we could fly up to the moon and just camp out for a little bit. No, I mean, of course we'll have a force field.
Now, by the way, fixmyhome.com, book now. I want to tell people about that because somebody just texted me and they said that there are a number of specials going on right now. And Hannah, what they want to know is, I haven't gone there to fixmyhome.com yet. I mean, I'll go, but do you pick the special? Are they all listed there? Because he wants the other one. Are you still doing the extreme clean?
Email or text?
We're still doing the extreme clean. I'll tell you, folks are calling in like crazy for that. They're prepping for the summer.
Right.
Call in, say that's what you're looking for. If he's a first-time customer, he'll get that $39 extreme clean, and they will work with him on getting that on the calendar before the heat
Okay,
hits.
so I'm here now, and what they ask for is your number and your name. I want to see what choices it gives you. I want to do this live and just see. So Tom at Troubleshooter, my email. So when I hit continue, I put my name, my number, and it says the address. So I put down my address, and I am the owner. And then, okay, so you can book almost anything here, not just the extreme clean, but basically anything. You give a problem description, and then they direct you to the special that's in effect. But here are the specials to sum them up. A $39 deep extreme clean, I call it, for an AC tune-up before the heating season comes, and that's like a complete refurbishment of your system to the extent they can take it apart. The other one is the $49 sump pump special, where they'll clean and service the sump pump, and most people don't even know they have a sump pump, let alone service it, and the only time they find out is when it fails, and all of a sudden their basement,
is when they need it.
Their basement has an inch of water. So if you're not sure you have it, you should call, and they can detect whether you have a sump pump or not. Obviously, there wouldn't be a charge if you don't have one. And then the other special is the generator. I love this. So the electrical division, they're busy doing auto start generator backup systems, and you're giving 10% off. Only 10 slots available for that. So if you're looking for a generator, you have a company you know and trust that can come and do that. Now, the generator, somebody asked about the price of a generator. It depends on the size of house, I would imagine, Hannah.
That's exactly right.
And how much.
So, Tom, the way this one will work.
Yeah.
So the way this one will work is they call in. We're going to send out our technicians, and we have technicians that specialize in this and only this. They're going to do that walkthrough. They're going to give their recommendations. They're going to talk about the design, the layout, and then you'll look at that. Then you're going to get that price quote.
Obviously.
Nothing hidden. Yeah. It's guaranteed. It's not going to change. And you get, if they are part of this 10, you get that 10% off. But the first step is getting that technician out there.
And there's no
to
charge
look at that
there's
and say,
no
what
charge
will the
to get
install?
the evaluation. That's the main thing. No charge for that
for
evaluation.
these 10 callers.
Yeah. For the first 10.
Correct.
So you can just go to fixmyhome.com, book now, or 720-526-3939, 720-526-3939. JR, what is your comment on express lanes?
Hey, so you are asking for some words of wisdom. I'm going to save you guys some money. The express lane on I-70. Pay attention to lineage and signage.
Yep.
They got a call last week about a guy that got a $75 fine for exiting the express lane out of the exit lane.
Right.
So if you've ever used the express lane, there are two sets of lines. There's a solid line or double solid lines. There's a solid line with a broken line.
Oh, we know all too well, my friend.
Broken lines all by itself.
I got a picture of Tom crossing that double line that he actually said he didn't do, but then I saw the photograph.
Oh, so Mark, you have because we have all our corporate mail going to one spot, and my vehicle is registered in my corporate name. So Mark, was it a citation? How long ago was it?
No, yours was when it was the freebie, this is a warning. But JR, here's something interesting, man. Well, you listen to the show all the time. We had that attorney on that fought that if you paid the toll, in other words, if they dinged your license plate or hit your transponder and you paid the toll, he took it all the way up to the top in Douglas County in front of a judge, and he ended up winning because that fine they give you for $75 is toll evasion. And technically, if you paid the toll, it's not toll evasion. They've got to create a new CRC that talks about crossing the double line, which they have not done yet because they just want to rip us off, honestly.
Yeah, but this guy took it all the way.
When you're heading eastbound on I-70, you come up on Peoria. There's a sign overhead, a big 8-foot by 10-foot sign that says exit for Chambers and Pena Boulevard. that's where the broken line and the solid line starts. And he could have got out there to be able to exit at Chambers or Pena Boulevard. If you go past, it's at that Havana. If you go past Peoria, there's another sign that says no exit available for Pena. He said there's no exit, but there was a mile of broken line with a solid line that he could have exited.
JR,
but it's still BS.
JR, real quick.
You got a break.
I got to take a break, but JR, hang on. I want you to hang on for a sec. By the way, GenesisTotalExteriors.com also does interior work for bathrooms, and they do kitchens, and they do basements. Great company, Genesis Total Exteriors, 303-679-8509.
Yep.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart radio
Fuller
app
is
for
just
all
a
your
30.
music, radio, and podcasts.
Oh, did I say 60?
Yeah, it's okay. I corrected it.
You took the break 10 minutes late, so go ahead and you choose which one you want to do.
All right.
North I-25 southbound at Thornton Parkway on a crash.
asshole.
It looks like right lane's blocked. The backup.
Not my fault.
104th.
I mean, I could tell you more often to do it, but grow up.
On 270 that's been tying up the drive heading west, coming off I-70, heading eventually up through Vasquez. I-70 west from 270, heading all the way back towards Brighton. A little sluggish. South end still looks pretty good. Everything else light. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and we sell custom blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices. Our blinds are handcrafted to fit your windows, and if they don't, for any reason, we'll remake them for free. Your satisfaction is always guaranteed at Blindster.com.
You know, I love Discount Bath because the words discount bath don't normally go together. Bathrooms are usually very expensive, but I'm going to tell you something about discountbath.com. They truly do the volume and pass on the discounts to their customers. And what they want you to do is put them to the test. It doesn't take anything, not even an appointment in your home. All you have to do is take your smartphone and go around and videotape what you want. Videotape, what am I talking about? You know, you take a video on your phone and you narrate, hey, I want to move this here. I want to put a shower here. How about doing away with this toilet and putting it in a regular separate toilet over here? You just talk, okay? You can do it in any bathroom that you want to remodel, and then you upload it at discountbath.com. So start with discountbath.com. Then they send you a price, and that's it. If you want to talk to them, of course they'll talk to you. But you can start out right now getting a price. 720-979-2322, discountbath.com. If you're wondering what to do after an injury, an automobile traffic accident, what you can do is call John Fuller and ask any question you want. He's the only attorney before you even hire him that'll talk to you. You don't have to talk to an intake counselor, a call center, or you don't have to just leave a message. You can ask to talk directly to the attorney, John Fuller. Once you get all the information you want with no obligation, if you hire John, it's on a percentage fee basis. If not, you just go your own way. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500.
So emphatically until that video came out.
And that doesn't happen to that kind of degree.
No.
Does not happen one time. That woman lived with that for just basically long time.
And that was in public.
In a drug-fueled orgy.
Oh, God. It's, again, some of the details that you...
What are you talking
about? It's crazy.
about?
I love that shit, though.
P. Diddy. We're talking about you behind your back.
Yeah, all those orgies you have over there at Vassar. No, it's crazy. That guy is like...
He's gross.
Scumbag.
What guy?
The other one I never...
I can't even listen to his music anymore. P. Diddy.
Oh, yeah.
The guy that beat the shit out of his girlfriend. I mean, like, literally just drug her and beat her.
But some of the details, it is... I don't know if...
It'll be curious how good... You know, we always say this during the prosecution part. Think of O.J. Well, you're too young for that. I watched O.J. beginning to end, literally living at work. It was on TV. And when it was a prosecution, you're like, psh, This guy. There's no way he walks.
Mountain of evidence.
But then the defense gets up there, and Johnny Cochran just killed it, man.
But that's an example of somebody that wasn't convicted,
Cochran
but
isn't his attorney. Johnny Cochran's
their
dead.
reputation never recovered.
Oh,
for God's
God.
sakes, Tom.
Tom, take a caffeine pill.
Okay. Cochran's
Do the
dead,
sisters have anything
Tell your
to do with
sister
it?
to pump you up with vitamin C,
so
please.
is OJ, technically.
We were talking about OJ.
I'll make sure I don't turn off the sound.
That's all right.
Or did you
We'll
do
make
it,
sure the
Shannon?
sisters-
Did you do it?
No, we'll make sure. We'll make sure your sisters
I
don't
think
trip
Shannon
over your life
disconnected.
support.
I think Shannon disconnected Lucy live when I got off
No.
yesterday.
I would only disconnect your oxygen, never the audio.
Hey, make sure.
No, I think
don't do any more of the HVAC cleaning. They are booked for another month
I'm
and
sorry.
a half.
I'll
easy.
make sure of that. Okay.
No biggie.
All good, Tom.
Selling it.
You know.
Yeah, we always think when you hear the prosecution in any of these ones where there's all the information leaking, the public cases, and then when you hear the defense, I mean, really, it can truly change your opinion. But I don't know how you change the opinion with that video. That video is just crazy.
It's incontrovertible.
Yeah, it is.
We can walk in.
Like Hunter Biden video.
Yeah, and then
go somewhere.
Here's because we had a marketing meeting. Here's what we'll do.
No.
Let's find a time Friday.
Yeah, I
We'll get
had
him on there.
I
I wanna
had
go over
two
what
or
we
three
currently
people
have
liked
placed,
him a lot.
and then talk about what you guys.
I
have
had
to
some
offer.
haters, but I had more likers than haters for sure.
Chicken salad.
I don't know. I don't remember. Probably because they just want Tom or Mike. I mean, that's the only reason. Change.
He's such a great resource.
Oh, Marco. Not only that, he's
Okay.
say I like Fuller
are
a
you talking
lot too,
about
but
first
Marco, he's kind of folksy,
Yeah, I'll pull
man.
all that.
I mean, he's kind of just a
very
good storyteller.
Relatable.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Relatable. Yeah.
Even though he pulled up in his.
I know.
Yeah, I know. I love
That's
this
where he
guy.
crashed.
That shit.
Did he crash it?
Here you go, Tom.
9 a.m.
All right.
Your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, don't forget K&H Home Solutions, now painting with K&H Painting Pros. People are always looking for dependable painters. That's khwindows.com. Okay, JR, he texts me a lot, and he calls a lot, and it's always from the road. So I've never asked you this before, JR. What does from the road? Do you work out on the road all the time, or what is that about?
I've been working for a company on the road, local, for 35 years. I've been listening to you on the road for 35 years.
Now, what do you do on the road? What is the job description?
I work for a trash company. I'm a commercial driver.
Oh.
So I haul the big compactors that are behind the stores and medical waste and asbestos and all that good stuff.
You know, your business is picking up, I hear. Anyway, we have Deputy D is in the trash business. So you guys
Yes,
can get
he
together
is.
and talk
Recycle.
trash. D is in the recycling business, right, D?
I haul a lot of recycling.
Oh, it could be that JR hauls some of the loads on my company's behalf.
Hey, JR, be honest. Don't BS. Do most of those recycling hauls you do go directly to the dump?
So, in all honesty, if the load shows up at the recycle center with trash in it, when it's specifically supposed to be a recycle load, it will be sent to trash.
So how many
So
out
that's
of
on the- that
how
is
many
on the
out of
customer.
10 end up going down the road?
The ones that I deal with are clean. They're clean. But
Okay.
I would say for the most part, I would say probably 2 out of 10.
Oh, that's a lot better
Because
than
it
I
costs-
thought.
Because it costs the customer the haul to the recycle center and the haul to the landfill, and the landfill charges for the disposal.
You know-
where the recycle center only charges a minimal.
You know, I asked this of
So
Deputy
it
D.
behooves them to be clean.
Hey, Deputy D, it almost feels like you have to have an instruction manual for what goes into recycle. Like, for example, if something is food stained or food residue, can you put it in recycling, or do you have to rinse it off or rinse it out?
No, you don't need to rinse it out. But let's say you're throwing away like a mayonnaise jar.
Yeah.
You don't need to rinse it out, even though there's mayonnaise stuck in it.
Okay.
As long as it's like the
Believe it
normal
or not,
amount
it's
of
gotten simple.
As long as there's
mayonnaise.
residual, you're saying you don't throw out a whole bottle.
Residual is okay, but if there's like a quarter of the jar left in there, then just throw the whole thing in the
So
garbage.
what about, this is another thing constantly I'm having a discussion about with my wife. Sheet plastic, like saran wrap or plastic that comes on your Amazon package, or what about plastic?
Yeah, the sheet plastic, so in our industry it's called film, and film is going to be total garbage unless it comes out. So residential films are garbage. Commercial films, like let's say you own a distribution center, and these pallets of goods are wrapped in stretch wrap.
That big shrink
that's
wrap.
Very recyclable, and that's actually very valuable. We sell that material to Trex, and Trex makes plastic lumber, plastic decking out of it. But residential sheet plastics, throw that in the garbage.
Is that because that's like the last part of what's already been recycled? I mean, why is one okay and the other's not?
Oh, because stretch wrap is made of one predictable type of plastic, so Trex knows what they're getting, how to process it. But the stuff you get at home, it could be dozens, if not hundreds, of different plastics made into film.
What about styrofoam?
And the recycle centers,
So
the recycle centers separate all that.
Yeah, so styrofoam is recyclable, but unfortunately here in Colorado we only have one company that recycles it. It's called Sunoco Packaging in Colorado Springs. They're a manufacturer of styrofoam, so they have a public drop-off over there. You can drive your styrofoam to them and they'll accept it. But there are no commercial recyclers that I'm aware of who accept styrofoam that hasn't been densified.
All right. We got to take a break.
It's not acceptable in residential recycling.
Thank you, JR, for answering, and thanks, Dimitri, for the information. I'm always so confused when it comes to recycling. I really am. And but at least it's better than nothing, I think. Compass Insurance, right now, free insurance checkups to see if you're not paying too much, to make sure you're not underinsured or possibly even overinsured. They can take a look and give you free information at 303-996-9000.
Yep.
Now, Impact Traffic.
Are you doing all of these, Mr. Martino, or are you going to leave now?
Let me see.
Yeah, delays up north, I-25 southbound at Thornton Parkway on a crash.
Thank you.
I'll leave it
lanes
at the top
blocked
when
back.
we go to the break.
You're a giver.
They're coming out of North Bend and into the Thornton area.
True.
Construction on 270 that's been tying up the drive heading west, coming off I-70, heading eventually up to West.
As a matter of fact, you are on your own. Mark is leaving the room. That's why he wondered.
A little sluggish. South end still looks pretty good. Everything else light. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and we sell custom blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices. Our blinds are handcrafted to fit your windows, and if they don't, for any reason, we'll remake them for free. Your satisfaction is always guaranteed at Blindster.com.
Oh, man, I love talking about these companies. Sheridan Autotech, a good, honest, experienced, value-minded mechanic and repair shop. They do light and heavy maintenance and repairs, including electrical repairs, which can be, oh my God, so devastating. But they know how to do it fast and efficiently. They have all the special equipment. They also do pre-buy checklists for used cars. So if you're buying a used car, they can check it out. SheridanAutotech.com, 303-455-7242, 455-7242. The Art of Granite will give you a price on the phone right now. Call them and say, I want to do a countertop. Tell them how many square feet, the angles, maybe snap a picture on your smartphone, but start with a call to The Art of Granite. And Mitch Floria will tell you what he needs to give you a price. He doesn't have to come out and visit. And from the time you make that phone call to the time they visit, it's a few days, then you can have countertops in as little as 2 or 3 weeks. That's theartofgranite.com. Not just granite, any solid surface or man-made material. They do it all. Wholesale on all materials as well. Tear out and haul away is always free. 303-386-5919. 303-386-5919. theartofgranite.com. becoming a landlord on your own can be a hassle, especially if you buy in Colorado. There's no money to be made. You don't want to buy at the top of a market. You want to buy markets that are promising. Vestera Turnkey can help you. They're your tutor. They're your coach. They're your partner. When you go in and buy a home, they help you buy it. They set you up with a management company, and they help you even with the day-to-day operations. Then when it's time to sell, they help you sell it. That's all you do is you sit back and you are the landlord. Vestera Turnkey does it all. So give them a call and get started if you want to be a landlord without the conventional risks or hassles. 303-888-3788. 303-888-3788. MyBiggestReturn.com. Okay. So, Shannon, were you here when I went off the air yesterday?
Yes.
Why did Lucy Light, did I get out of it not realizing it or what? Did they go dead?
Yeah, apparently it wasn't feeding audio.
Okay. I'll make sure I don't make that
to
mistake.
YouTube?
No, I'm perfect right now.
And I don't think, hey, how about this? Riddle me this. What if we turned on the camera microphone? That wouldn't have made a difference either, would it have? Is that coming in a different way? Okay.
No, I think that right now, if I just walk away and leave everything here and put the studio up full, we're going to be fine. I don't know. I had, there. I'm going to put this up when I leave and leave that up. So I'm going to ease into this. I'll do 2 hours for a few weeks, and then I'll do 3 or 4. And everything. The only thing that gets me is sitting here.
I got to deal with it at home because I can't.
No, I don't think it's that. It's this. It's kind. I do sleep like a baby though. That pillow really helps. Oh my God.
Okay.
And I always turn on the TV. I love falling asleep to the TV. I do. I do. I just do it. And it doesn't bother me. Stephanie hates it. So I have ear pods I use when we're together. And then I use the ear pod and listen to my phone. I walk, and then I just fall asleep. But I have those. You have ear pods? Yeah. You don't like them? It's so good. It's perfect. Do you guys have
Everybody's got a long little thing to tell Trump. And they come up and shake his hand.
And the values in that neighborhood have sustained?
Submit a claim. Claimant ID code. All of these class actions, Dimitri. I've been violated so much, and I didn't even know it.
That's right.
Have you had an alligator on your lot? How big? But they can do harm, right?
Here you come.
And listen now.
Okay. Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So here's the real deal. When it comes to, I want to sum this up, to paying money up front, I would say, if at all possible, do not pay money up front. Just don't. If you must pay money up front, somebody asked about escrow accounts, and I want to talk about that. Most banks won't know what you're talking about if you say, I want an escrow account for this building project. Some banks do have what's called a construction department. That's where they do construction loans. If you go to one of those banks, you ask, do you do construction loans? You can then deposit the money and have them dole it out as a service. Another thing you can do is go to a title company. Title companies will gladly set up an escrow payment arrangement with you for a small fee. So if you ever want to pay as you go, you can do it that way. Of course, the best thing to do is to go to trusted sources like referrallist.com. That's referrallist.com. We have no qualms with those people. Save all your problems for me.
Are you the breadwinner in your house? Life?
Okay, now I'm going to make sure not to close anything out, and I will leave everything running till 2 o'clock.
She had her knees.
You're so sweet.
All right, I'm just going to go and keep my... Let me get all my stuff closed. Let me see this.
Take a needle and go right in there.
I got to just change to this screen.
She said it was horrible.
No, not going to touch it.
And they only put a topical on her. That's what I can't figure out. Why didn't they knock her out if it's that bad? Or maybe she's just sensitive. Who knows?
Where was the injection?
In the knee.
I think.
Is that pain? I mean, I've never had anything in my knee.
I think Tom's exited out. I don't know. Yeah, he's exited out. So let's make sure we have audio.
People do stupid things like feed alligators.
Was feeding it when it was little. Want to carry that up? Sissy, it was this big.
Yep, we do. Okay.
What do we have coming up?
Verizon never got back to me, so I told the caller, Mark, he needs to get back on the show.
Oh, okay.
That was the one on the unlocked phone that they wouldn't unlock. The track phone, smart, whatever.
Yeah, I remember.
I sent it to 2 people. And nobody replied. So I emailed the caller, said, unless you've heard something.
So they simply won't unlock it. He's got a useless phone. I'd sue him for the $300. That's fine. Get him back on.
Yeah, I told him, let us know when you can get you on the show.
I'll send him the paperwork. It's going to cost him. It'll cost him way more just to show up and defend.
Then to unlock the phone.
Way more. It wouldn't even make sense. What'd you find out? What's new in the courtroom today?
What's new with P. Diddy, Hannah?
It's not the best relationship, guys. You know?
It's strained.
Spoiler alert.
It's strained. I think it's almost an insult. When Pete Rose died, they pulled him. I think it's more of an insult than anything. They basically said, well, you can't bet on the games anymore if you're dead. So we'll go ahead and let you. I bet he does get in. No one will ever beat his record. He has more hits than anybody, and anybody that will ever have it. He has a record that will never be beaten, ever. Ever. In fact, I think the closest is so far away. Closest to Pete Rose record. It's crazy. Let's see here. Well, okay, Ty Cobb. There you go.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
The next closest, Hank Aaron, 1,000 less
Dragon's here. He's so funny. He did that. I can't go number 2 anymore. He plays it every 45 seconds. Love it.
Do we have Drew's number?
Somewhere, yeah.
I'd love to get Drew on.
Oh, you want to call Drew?
I do want to call Drew. I've been wanting to call
All right.
I want to see if Drew can go number 2.
Let's see if he's...
If he can't go, he's either dead or he's doing number 2.
Yeah, 1,000. Besides Ty Cobb, everybody is so
It'll
far
give me a minute to find his number. Oh, here it is. Drew Bradford. Okay, I'll send that to Kelly.
and here's why. Okay, modern games' emphasis on power hitting and a decrease in the number of at-bats per player is why no one will ever beat Pete Rose's record. And he's not in the, well, he'll be in the Hall of Fame, I'm sure, after the ban was lifted, but it's kind of screwed up that he never got that. And he only betted on himself. Did you know that? Or on
You created a monster, Dragon. Hey, Kelly, I can't hear you. Oh, I sent you an email to call Drew. And just so you know, Mark just wants to follow up on his...
just want to see if he ever got anything from the pharmacist.
The pharmacist case. So I sent it to help for you to get on. Since Dragon created a monster about it. Yay.
I can't go number 2 anymore.
Literally, the guy called our show, Hannah, to say he
I can't go number 2 anymore.
Go number 2 anymore. Because of the pharmacist gave him the wrong medicine. I was like, just do a colonoscopy prep, dude. You will go number 2.
It will happen.
Libby, your dreams are coming true today. John Libby.
That's hilarious.
Oh, man, let's see. AFW status. The scheduled appointment.
What is it for? This is the chair tomorrow.
Yeah, okay.
What time?
Hey, Drew, this is Kelly from the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show. And we were just checking in on you to see
9:45 to 12:15.
And to kind of get a follow-up on the issue you had with a pharmacist. So if you'd like to give us a call back, we have some lines available, and that would be 303 Martino, which is 303.
Okay, great.
That is such a great idea to get into backup generators. You are going to make so much bank.
Oh, it's crazy how much it's grown.
You're going to be slammed.
Yeah. It's crazy how much it's grown.
Okay.
Especially.
Do you know what you're calling about?
Besides this trip. There's been an insane windstorm. Power's been out at multiple, people that I know near their homes.
No problem. Hang on for me.
It's a really good idea. And you use, did you say Generac?
Yeah, they're our biggest supplier. They actually make about 85% of the generators. Just
it's very high quality.
In the world.
Yeah.
Or in the U.S.
Yeah, it's dominant.
Check. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. Maybe you've been ripped off. Maybe a contractor's giving you the business and you need a little help. Maybe you just need advice. Maybe you're looking at buying your first house. Maybe you wonder if you need a real estate person only, or maybe an attorney. Maybe. That's what this show's about. We have a list of experts at referralist.com that are extraordinary, whether it's legal advice for, say, personal injury like John Fuller, or maybe it is a issue with a will or a trust. Maybe someone cut you out and you can't figure out if you were in the will or not. Maybe a plumber screwed you over, took money down, never came out and fixed the problem. You name it, we get directly involved, in fact, to the tune of over $300 million in cash, merchandise exchanges, and refunds. Seriously, directly due to the show over 45 years. Tell your friends, tell everybody out there. It doesn't matter what the problem is. Hell, we get involved in school board issues. We get involved in parent-teacher stuff. You name it, we get involved. We have an expert. 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. In studio with me today, Hannah Davis, FixMyHome.com, fix it 24/7. Welcome as always, Hannah.
Good afternoon.
Suzanne, my beautiful wife, to my left.
Howdy, howdy.
Deputy Doc, Deputy Dimitri. We have Dragon on the other side of the glass, and Kelly answering your phones. We do have 3 lines open, 303-713-8255. I want to tell everybody about a very, very important date coming up. Everybody should have received, in probably the past week or so, the valuation from the county on your house. You only have a very small window to fight it. I try to do this every single year so you know. And if you look at that valuation, most of them are insane. Mine was insane. Our home apparently went up $300,000 in 2 years, and I simply know I can't sell it for it. And that's what Douglas County's trying to tax me on. So Frank Duran, the real estate man, I have him on, and I'm going to explain why in a second. But Frank, what are the dates? I know you did some research for me last night. When can you actually go in and dispute the valuation?
So my understanding, Mark, is it's by June 8th,
Yep.
Although what I'm telling people is, look, if we're going to help you, let us know, please, sooner than later. And I will do my best to get that report out to you here before the end of May. That way you have a little bit of time and you're not feeling, under the gun.
And that's pretty much all of Colorado. It's not just Douglas County, correct, Frank? Everybody's getting them.
Yeah, and what we cover, Mark, for us is Denver metro surrounding areas. Now, if it's out of our area, we're happy to get your referral for out of the area, too, if you need some help.
Yeah, so here's the deal. I saw ours about, I don't know, Suzanne, it came in maybe a week ago.
Sure did.
And I was like, what? So I hop on Zillow, and I know at the home next door, we just got new neighbors probably about a month ago. So, I mean, I kind of have an idea of what the value of our house is. And all of a sudden, this thing goes up $300,000, Frank. And I went through this 2 years ago, and you helped me 2 years ago. So I called you up, and I said, Frank, I need another valuation. These guys are trying to hit me with a $300,000 higher value. And if everybody out there, I don't care if you're in Denver, Douglas, Adams, you name it, Arapahoe, look at that card. I'm telling you right now, I don't even believe what these counties are doing. They're inflating it so we pay more taxes. And honestly, in Colorado, I think we pay almost the highest property taxes in the country at this point. I mean, it's crazy. The levy is insane. The valuation is insane. The whole thing is insane. So I got together last night and called Frank up. And Frank's going to do something for you. This is crazy, because typically Frank does the opposite. Typically, Frank gets you the most amount of money for your house. In fact, he does it better than any realtor I know. But for the purpose of what we're talking about here, he's got a little secret sauce he's going to put into the mix, and he's going to do a free valuation on your house if you think your property taxes are assessed too high. And I'm telling you, it's insane, but you have to go to your county and tell them you're fighting it right now. You got to do that by June 8th. And then what you'll do in Douglas County, you can upload evidence at the end. What I did already is I uploaded what Zillow says, what Realtor.com says, and what Frank sent me, which is comps of stuff around my neighborhood. And Frank, I don't want to get into numbers, but we were at least $100,000 or $200,000 less on your valuation than they want to assess me. Is that correct?
That sounds right, Mark. And and I'll tell you too, friend, to put it in perspective, because a lot of people sometimes they'll say, "Hey, can you do an appraisal?" This is definitely not an appraisal. This is just our market analysis we do. And I'll tell you too, Mark.
But Frank, I promise I'll let you. But the county doesn't do an appraisal either. It's not like we're fighting an appraisal from the county. They just arbitrarily, in my I won't even say understanding. In my opinion, they simply go, "Oh, we're going to tell everybody it's worth more, so we get more money." But go ahead.
Oh, I hear you, friend. Absolutely. They're not doing an appraisal either. What I was just going to mention, Mark, is we'll always shoot straight with you, because I had a gentleman, he came to me, and he thought that he was being overtaxed. But when I looked at the comps, I said, look, this comparable comparable-wise, this looks about right. So sometimes it's right on the nose.
Yep.
Sometimes they're high. Sometimes they're low, Mark. But one way or the other, we're happy to give you an honest market evaluation. That way you can make a decision if you can challenge this or you have the comps or not.
Plus, you're going to figure out how much your home's worth. I mean, let's face it, if you've lived in that home 10 or 15 years, you might have no understanding of the value of that house, believe it or
Mark,
not.
hey, buddy, we just closed 2 properties. Now, let me tell you about this. This one, Zillow said $505 is what the home was worth. Well, guess what? We sold it for $570, buddy. We
Wow.
really got a price on that one. We had another one we just closed, I think, within a couple days of each other. We sold it so high, we sold it over even the appraised value. So we had to challenge the appraisal because they came in short. And thank God we won the challenge, and we got it to appraise. But I'll tell you something. Just because you see something online, that doesn't necessarily make the actual market value. So we're going to show you a real honest analysis of where you can reach peak value in this market as well.
Yeah, and it's really important. So on the sales side, if you need someone to sell your house, I mean, Frank's the man. He sells more homes in 1 month than most realtors in Colorado sell in a year. So, I mean, that's it. He sells them for more money. He sells them quicker. He knows how to price them. He's got the secret sauce. And more importantly, he knows how to advertise them. He knows how to get them out there, get people looking at them, find the people, get the bidding war. But for this particular case, I want everybody out there, if you look at that assessment on your property and you really think there's no way, I want you to reach out to Frank. He's going to do it. You can do it. Do you have to go out there, Frank? Do you do most of them? I mean, if you have 30 people call you, are you going to go? Do you have to go to the house, or you can do it right from your place? How does that work?
So basically what people are asking us in general, and under this circumstance, is, hey, can you just send me comparables based on similar homes to mine? And they'll tell me, okay, I've remodeled the kitchen since, I've done this, I've done that. We take that in consideration. We will get that to them in an actual report. Now, some folks say, hey, Frank, I'm actually thinking about selling the home. I'd like you to physically come out. Would you do that? Absolutely. So,
yeah,
Mark, we do it a number of different ways. I had one gal where she has a tenant living in there, and she says, Frank, I don't want to disturb the tenant. Can you just do something over the... Yeah, sure, I can. So we'll do this any way you want us to do it, and we'll always make it work for you.
So 2 years ago, so they do the assessments on odd years. So in 23, Douglas County tried to pull the same thing on me. Once again, I'm not going to get into numbers, but they said my house was $250,000 higher or assessed higher than I thought it should be, period. Frank did this analysis for me. He didn't even come out to the house. I mean, he found my house, and he did the entire deal for me on the house, and he sold my house before that. But so he knows the property. But he sent me that over, and I went through the first part of trying to get it changed. And it's basically a Zoom meeting in Douglas County. In fact, mine's coming up on the
27th.
So on the 27th, I'll spend about 20 minutes on a Zoom call. They'll have what I get from Frank updated. Same thing I did 2 years ago. And 2 years ago, they agreed with Frank. They said, yep, you know what? These comps are right. We did overvalue the property. We're going to reassess it. And sure enough, we ended up paying a lot, well, I won't say a lot, but less taxes than we would have without this free report. So you're not going to get a better deal, and it doesn't matter if it's Douglas County, Arapahoe, you get the idea. I mean, if you're listening in Texas, it's not going to help you, but that's the deal. But, Frank, what number should they call at? Just your normal number?
Sure. So our main line is 303-920-1622, or you can send me a text at 720-436-8151.
Give it out. Give them both out again, Frank. And here's the other thing. FrankDuranHomes.com. It's that easy if you're in your car. FrankDuranHomes.com. You can get all the contact information there, the email, everything. But you're crazy. You're crazy not to do it. It's 100% free. You're going to get to talk to Frank. You're going to find out what the true value of your house is. There's no contracts to sign. There's no tricks here. I mean, basically, Frank has done this for me. This will be the second time, and both times, I'm telling you straight up, Douglas County said it was worth more. Did you get yours in yet, Frank, your evaluation of your new house?
I did, and here's the funny part, Mark. Mine actually went down, so I certainly was not going to argue with that. So if that's what they feel, then we'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, see, that's crazy. Mine goes up by 300,000. 2 years ago, it went up by 200. Maybe it's the area I'm in. It seems to swing more than most areas. In other words, and I'm talking just Zillow. Zillow seems to really change on my property a lot. Is that because there's so few properties out there when just a couple sell? I mean, really, the whole thing changes? Why does it change so much in small neighborhoods with property and stuff?
Well, you know what, Mark? It's funny. I've read their page before where they have this formula they use, and they'll base it, I think, on the trends of the market. And, of course, home sales have been down a little bit. There's been more inventory in the market, so I think that plays into it as well. But I think overall I've been seeing this, Mark, area to area, and it's a funny thing where you can go to one area, take one home. If you could physically move it to another, you'd probably have a double the value. It's just crazy like that.
That is crazy, man. And, well, Frank, I really appreciate you doing this for the listeners. It's just such a good thing to know. And then the other thing, I'm going to tell people another reason to do it. Even if you think the valuation is right or it went down like Frank's did, the other thing is the insurance aspect of it. If you haven't seen the value, the rebuild price of that house, and I don't care where you live, you can live in Castle Rock or Highlands Ranch or 35 acres in the middle of the woods. I don't care where you live, but if you haven't checked the valuation and that home that you love is insured for $600,000, but yet you can sell it now for $1 million and the rebuild's $800,000, you're so underinsured, you're insane. If it burns down or floods out or whatever happens to your house, I mean, you'd be so underwater like all these people in Boulder when the Boulder fire hit a couple of years ago. 96% of the people were uninsured. It was remarkable.
That was rough. In fact, I helped a poor lady that went through that. Now, thank God she was insured. They rebuilt her home, but that was a tough situation, Mark. But I'll say this: I'm thankful to you and thankful to the listeners because Mark, you know my story, gosh. When I used to work at Sears and I was the janitor when I was 19 years old.
Hanny, you listening to this? This guy is one of the. In fact, he might sell more homes than anybody in Colorado.
I'm listening intently.
And he started as a janitor. How old were you, Frank, at Sears?
I was 18 when I started.
Hold on. Dragons. Hold on.
There was a real estate company across the street, okay?
Frank, I got to put you on hold. Hold on. I want people to hear this story because Dragon's ready to throw me off a cliff because I'm running so late. Everybody, hold on. I promise you, Frank's story is amazing.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain...
The comps I got for the exact same were 930, 970, and 990.
Yeah, but he'll go outside like 4 or 5 blocks away or whatever he needs to do. It's worth it if he can get it down. It's got nothing to do with the real value. It's got to do with giving you this evidence to bring it down.
What? Seriously, if those are the only 3 properties...
All right, John Fuller Law. I've told you the story a million times. Suzanne and I are coming back from Sam's Club. This lady is just screaming at her kids, looking in the back seat. They're causing a ruckus. She T-bones. Every airbag goes off. Car's totaled. Suzanne's got a broken nose, a hurt back. I'm hurt. We called John Fuller as soon as we got out of the ER. And you know what? He got us every cent of insurance that woman had. Every cent. In fact, it went so great, I didn't even question it when our daughter got rear-ended on I-25 about a year later, made this exact same call. You know what else he does after he gets all the money? He actually goes out to the ambulance company. He goes out to the chiropractor. He goes out to everybody involved in the insurance claim and then bargains with them to get their prices down to put more money in your pocket. And you're always going to deal with John. You're not going to be moved around to 50 different people during your case. You're going to deal with John. He's going to give you his cell phone number, a matter of fact. I want you to call John Fuller if you have any questions or if you've been in an accident. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500 or callfuller.com. Red Rocks Roof and Solar, Brooke, she's amazing. She runs a company like a Marine. I got to say this, what I love is they do everything in-house. It's their employees, whether it's their salespeople, they can come out and give you a free quote on a commercial or a residential solar system, or if it is their repair crew that goes out and fixes other people's systems that are out of business. Maybe you've got a broken panel and you're sick and tired of having this thing on your roof and not getting any benefit, they can fix it, and they'll do it at the best price out there. And the other thing that's really amazing, they can go out and add a generator to your solar system as a backup if you're off grid. Maybe you want a battery backup for your system. They can do that. They do new systems, repairs. They cover the entire gamut. RedRocksRS.com. RedRocksRS.com.
So, Mark, what do you think of Orange Man's trip to the Mideast?
I think it's great.
It's amazing, isn't it?
What did you call him, Orange Man?
Yeah, that's what
His hair.
they call him, Orange Man bad.
It's awesome.
I agree.
So far, everything. I thought it was a little weird cutter, and the only reason I say that is I just don't want him getting killed. So, I mean, I know these guys know way more than I do, but
look what he did for Boeing. $200 billion in new airplanes.
And they can't even build anything. I know, it's crazy.
That alone was worth the trip.
Yep. For Boeing, for sure.
Well,
Boeing needs to speed up Air Force One.
But, Joe, if Boeing gets $200 billion, the whole state of Washington benefits from it.
More than just Washington. It's massive.
No, but I'm saying, but the state itself will be the primary recipient of the benefits of that deal.
Yep.
I mean, when you have that many, employees that have special skills, it just filters down. I don't care what anybody says.
Even like janitors.
Oh yeah.
Are going to be making not only more money but more of them.
Right.
I mean, I think that's the largest order ever, literally. I think it actually was the largest order ever, they said. I need him to sell every Saudi a new Tesla.
I'll tell you, in 1969, my wife's friend worked for Pan Am, and we got to see the first 747 that was flown into LaGuardia.
Oh, that's cool.
Not LaGuardia, Kennedy. When you realize how big that plane was compared to what had been available in 1969, it was just breathtaking. I mean, you could not believe that this thing would get off the ground. I remember looking up where the nose wheel goes. You could put a fucking house in that. It was so huge compared to the 707s.
Not even close.
It was just amazing.
That's back when they had the spiral staircase.
Yeah.
And a bar upstairs. I was on one trip. I was really little. I was solo flying back from Albany where my grandparents lived and my parents. And I remember going up the spiral staircase, and they kind of chased me out of there, but it was cool.
Me too. I was 12 years old, and I went up.
Yep. You have to go up.
Alitalia jet from Rome to Kennedy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And they didn't chase me out, but they gave me a Coke and sent me on my way.
Yeah. Yeah, I went up, and I remember it was literally a bar. Like people walking around.
Yeah, it was definitely a bar.
A bar. And I also remember when I was a little older, it wasn't a big jet like that, but I remember smoking cigarettes on a plane.
Oh, yeah, people were smoking over there, yeah.
I snuck into first class and was smoking cigarettes.
You were smoking?
The whole time. I was probably 14.
I know.
That's awesome.
People were just like, it was normal.
Oh, in the movie theaters, there used to be like an ashtray in the
right there.
armrest.
In fact, some of the old planes still have them.
Oh, yeah, but movie theaters.
You could smoke in the balcony. That's what I remember.
Those were the days. I don't remember smoking. The grocery store, I was stock manager when I was 17 in a grocery store, and every one of our carts had an ashtray built.
No.
Right up, yeah.
I want to buy one of those carts. That's incredible.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Everyone. But it was smoking was so normal, like in the late 80s, 90s, early 90s.
The only place I see that now is Vegas.
Half the kids smoked.
Oh my God! My dad told me back then doctors smoked.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they'd prescribe it.
Yeah,
for actual lung.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. We do have lines open. I'm going to finish up with Frank Duran. You know, we have been talking about Frank Duran on this show forever. Frank has become just a wonderful, wonderful friend over the years. In fact, I love getting together with him. Suzanne loves it. He has helped the show out in so many ways. But his story is kind of amazing. I think years ago, I asked you about this, but I bet it's been about 15 years, because I had automotive shops forever, and when we first met 15 years ago, Frank, you told me that you worked at Sears in their automotive shop. I kind of forgot, though, you were like the janitor there.
You know, Mark, I did. I started because that's the only job they had available, and I needed a job, man, so I took what they can give me. And my mom and dad laughed because they know I'm not very mechanically inclined, and they thought that was crazy I'd work at an auto center, but over time, I became a service advisor and moved up to a position to be in a management position. But my dream was real estate. So there was a company across the street, and this even sounds kind of corny, but I used to just dream all the time that I'm going to be there someday. That's what I need to do. That's what I have to do. And I'm going to be in this business. And I was always very passionate, Mark. So it's just a blessing because 30 years later now, you know, all the doors I knocked on, all the calls, it's a blessing when people call me and say, hey, Frank, we need help, Mark, because believe me, when you start out a business knocking on 100 doors a day and hearing the word no all day, and you get one person out of 115 that says maybe, you're thankful for that person. So fast forwarding all these years later, we're so thankful for the people, and God bless each and every one of them.
And your team is so great. You have kept the same team. I'm so glad your son's on board with you now. And these guys, did you know this? Every morning they work out together, him and his son. Like 5 a.m. What time, honestly, Frank, when do you guys get up and start moving?
We're going about 6:30 in the morning, but I'll tell you this. I've learned to put padding on because we do sparring. Boy, I don't want to get hit by this guy. He's so hard, Mark. So he's kept me going, though, for sure.
You know what's killing me? My kid's a little older, but Miles, like, he's taller than me now. And it's so weird just thinking back when he was younger and I could pretty much just beat him in everything. And those days are over. And it's like, oh, man. It's like I kind of miss him, but I love watching him mature and grow. I love it.
It's incredible, buddy, and it's a blessing, and I can't imagine not being there for my boy. Just watching him grow up, it goes by so quick, as you know. You know what I mean?
I know, man. And listen, everybody out there, once again, get that valuation. This isn't a sales pitch. It's if the county's trying to okie doke you like they did me, Frank will do a free valuation, or if you want it for insurance purposes or whatever, he doesn't necessarily have to come out at all. Just give him the address, talk to him. You'll just love talking to Frank anyhow, I promise you. In fact, if anything, you'll end up with another friend in life. How's that? 303-920-1622. 303-920-1622 or frankduranhomes.com. Frank, I really appreciate it, man.
Same here, friend. God bless. You have a great day.
Thanks, Frank. All right, folks, 303-713-8255. I'm going to take another quick break. We'll get back on track. Fill those phone lines up. You've been ripped off, taken advantage of. Any questions? We're going to be talking to Hannah Davis. I'm going to drill her down on these specials. Fix It has going. But if you've been ripped off or need help, 303 Martino. If you're listening to a podcast, please tell your friends, your family, your neighbors. I don't care what state you're in. 303 Martino.
Is your core power near here?
2.
There is?
There's one right at Landmark, Bellevue and 25, and then there's another that's like a mile away.
I might see if I can sneak a workout in.
What is it?
Core power.
Oh, you go to Core Power?
Oh, yeah.
Then there's one 2 miles away as well.
Yeah, there's 2 ways.
Cherry Hills and Landmark are the 2 that are within a couple miles.
Okay.
Or, I'm sorry, DTC and
Okay.
Cherry Hills are the local.
Both those pulled up.
Oh, do you have a spot?
Yeah. Brad O'Brien, I'll tell you what, real estate is his game. It doesn't matter if it's residential or commercial, if it comes to buying property, if you just need some contract reviews. He is a real estate attorney that does it all. He can do property line disputes, fence issues, easements, access, adverse possessions, liens, you name it, this guy can do it. If you're a landlord in Colorado and you have not updated your lease with your tenants after all the rule changes since COVID, you're absolutely insane. Send it over to Brad and make sure everything's up to snuff, so if you need to kick someone out, you can. And if you do have a tenant not paying and need someone to help with the eviction process, he does them all the time. Maybe you're a tenant that's having problems with a landlord not returning your deposit or your security deposit or charging you a pet deposit when that's no longer legal, or at least certain cases aren't. 720-370-7388. 720-370-7388. That's Brad O'Brien or olslaw.com. Now, this one is interesting. You know, people with hair transplants or people that want to get a hair transplant or thinking about it, shop around, and what you're going to find out is the prices are amazingly high. It could be $29,000. That's what happened to Nick Turner. He's the founder of RecoverYourHair.com. He went out and started researching where can I get it done better, quicker, and cheaper. And you know where he found? He found the BAC clinic, and it's in Istanbul, Turkey. And by the way, that is emerging as a capital of medical tourism. And what I mean by that is people actually turn it in to a mini vacation. You fly out before the procedure, you have it done, wait a couple days, you get to see the town, then you fly back. He did it. He met Dr. Nuri, and he kind of made a deal with him, saying, hey, this was such a great bargain and such a great outcome, I can't believe it. I want to start sending people towards you, and that's what they're doing now. And let me get to the price now. Remember that $29,000? How about $7,000? And that includes the hotel, the mini vacation, the airfare. $7,000. And the staff is professional. Dr. Nuri's the best. Aftercare is world class. And once again, the added bonus, it's a fun trip to Turkey. Check it all out at RecoverYourHair.com. If you didn't think you could afford that transplant, maybe you can now. RecoverYourHair.com.
What do you like doing? Do you like doing the traditional, like?
I love their HPF.
Yeah.
And just really sweating it out. There's a 330.
That,
It's their hottest one.
that 330, I don't know that instructor, but
Yeah.
their classes, if you like heat.
If you know
I like the
yoga,
heat.
there was a guy that basically was molesting all of his teachers. What was his name?
How do you say it? Bikram.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he
was
absconded.
molested.
He lives somewhere. He
Kinda was.
That's way
He's
too
wanted in the United States, big time.
Did you watch that documentary on him?
So
I did.
he basically
I still
came
practice
up
the
with
yoga.
this
I do too.
thing that's great for yoga. Okay, hot yoga. Bikram.
They're doing a half
And
moon
it's
like a half
the
moon. I
same
never
moves
like
in
like
the
it's like a
exact
true half
same
moon.
way for an hour.
No, I mean there's.
So basically, core
Are you
power
naturally good at yoga?
pretty much copied it, but they
I
can't call
don't know
it
if I'm
that.
natural. I mean,
Okay.
I do okay
So
at
that's
it. I've been doing it for. I've got like
It's
almost
basically the
2,000
exact
classes
same thing
under
every
my
day.
That's
belt.
You go in
So-
there, you do the
But
same
I've been doing
thing
it for like
the
almost
same amount
10
of time
years
every
now.
time.
So
I love it.
Wait, in the molesting.
What about you? Are
That
you a
was just-
natural?
No,
No.
so
No.
he would have
Not-
teachers come in. He owned the studio.
I'm naturally very
and
like
when he would train
tight, physically
teachers,
not flexible.
basically,
And
if
also,
you wanted to graduate
I've
and
got
work
the
for
monkey
him,
mind. Yeah.
you would be,
So
you know.
it's needed. It's
Yeah, so he's wanted
Hang out.
in the, he's
You
wanted in
never
the
regret it.
U.S.
No.
Isn't he in Mexico?
He's somewhere. He's out of the country now.
Yeah, he
Oh, he
absconded.
fled prosecution.
He said no, thank you.
I thought he was in Mexico. I don't know why that. It was probably one of those docs we saw.
There's so many perverts out there.
He's
Don't get
a
me-
wild-looking dude, man.
Don't get me started on Diddy again.
Yeah, he took the P Diddy took his class.
Oh, man. So disappointing.
I got to show you this AI stuff, this runway, though, man. It is amazing.
Which
I don't know
platform are
why-
you using?
What is it?
Which one? Like which platform are you using?
Runway. It is amazing.
Is this for video creation?
You guys could take a picture of Tom, for example, and not even need him there to create the video of him. And say, okay, I want Tom over here doing this and that. And it just does it. And it looks so realistic, it's scary.
We need to do a baby AI of Tom. That would be hilarious. The baby
Listen
AI
here, you
stuff,
scumbag!
The Judge Judy baby AI stuff. We were Saturday night in bed watching YouTube reels.
I couldn't even stop laughing.
Pants. We were laughing so hard.
I do like the baby ones. They'll take Trump.
Make it a little baby.
They turn him into a baby. But it's not like a cartoon. It looks like baby Trump. And he'll be yelling at baby Pelosi.
The speed at which it's exponentially growing. It's fascinating.
Oh, it's crazy. It gets better. Runway gets better each week, which is nuts.
I'm going to look at a Runway. That'd be really helpful for us.
Runway is an AI service provider?
So AI is a platform. So you have to start with a character. So the character could be just a picture of you.
How
then
dare
I can call you D. I want D to go jump into a Ferrari and crash into a wall and die.
Oh, shit.
It's like creating a movie.
And at iHeartRadio station.
All right, folks, 303-713-8255. We were talking about kind of deep fakes in this program called Runway. And, David, I'll go to you in 1 second, I promise. But I've been playing around with Runway. It is the most incredible program. Dimitri was asking about it. You can download it. It's not free by any means. You buy credits, and everything you do costs a certain amount of credits. So let's say 1,000 credits is $100, whatever it is. I don't remember. And then, let's say, in order to do a 30-second scene in a movie, you have to upload a character. Now, if you don't have a character, you can actually create a character with other AI platforms. So let's say I want an 8-foot squirrel that's very friendly looking, that wears a top hat, but it looks kind of human, and it has a magic wand and wears yellow Nikes. It'll create this squirrel. Then I import the squirrel into Runway, and I tell Runway, okay, I want to create a 20-minute kids cartoon with D, my new squirrel. And in the first episode, D starts chasing a cat, and whatever you can come up with, and it creates this cartoon, or it creates, if you're using a human as that character, it would create, or both, it doesn't matter. You could have a human in a cartoon setting. Whatever you can imagine, it actually creates. So how like Disney and how a movie producer or a commercial camera guy, how these people are going to have jobs, I just have no idea. But it's crazy. I basically said to it, I did a couple things. I said, I want a roofer, a bad roofer that shouldn't be a roofer, and he's up on the roof, and he's putting a shingle in, and he hammers right through the house, and then he falls in. And then I also want a bad contractor that's working on a furnace, and he punches a hole in the wall on accident, then the furnace catches fire, then I want you to flash to the entire house on fire. And it just creates it. And then you got to go back and edit it because it's not going to be exactly what you want. So then you go back and it costs more credits, of course, and you say, okay, well, if 5 seconds in, I want to change this, or I want the fire to look different, or whatever you want to do. And you could literally build an entire movie off of it if you wanted.
So, Mark, how much do they charge for a short video? Let's say 25 seconds, roughly speaking.
I want to say I bought 2,500 credits, and I get 2,500 credits every quarter. So I get 10,000 credits a year, and you can always buy more.
Yeah.
And I think I pay about $100 every quarter. But in order to do what I'm doing, a 15-second video that I'm going to push out on Instagram all around the country for people that need free help, free legal advice, basically for the show, I only need 15 seconds. But to build a movie, you could spend, maybe $5,000, $10,000, but you could build, think about that, you could actually create a movie. You could use yourself you could take a picture of yourself and you're the superhero.
I'm signing up as you guys talk right now. I'm going to report back in real time. I'm not kidding.
So let me tell you how I found out about it. So we had new neighbors move in, and he's a pilot for United. And he's a cool guy, man. I like him. I was nervous because they're Californians. They scared the hell out of me. I didn't know what to expect, but they're great people. They're great people. So we go over, and we're having a little introduction, just kind of a pretty small group of us where we live. There's like 6, 8 of us, whatever. And our daughter happened to be there. So I'm talking to him, and I'm like, yeah, we love RVing. We'll be gone a lot. You know, we'll let you know when we're gone for 6 or 8 weeks in case you see anything, blah, blah, blah. And I said, what do you guys like doing, skiing? He goes, no, I am so into AI. It's crazy. And I'm like, well, what does that mean? He goes, well, I'm a pilot, as you know. Pilots always tell you they're a pilot quick. I mean, it takes like 35 seconds. So anyhow, he says this. He goes, you hear of plane crashes, and maybe people live, maybe people die. They happen all over the world. They've happened ever since there's been planes. He goes, the ones where there's no actual video of what happened. He goes, I always like taking all the information from the feds. What's it called? The NTSB. Yeah, I like taking all the information, and I'll feed it into AI. So let's say it was a 727, or let's say it's a, whatever it is, a MAX. Something that we have no idea what happened to. Like the one that disappeared, we still don't know what happened to. He'll take all the flight recorder information that he can find, all the data from the NTSB. He'll start off on runway, and it's not called, believe it or not, just because the program's called runway, it has really nothing to do with airplanes. That's just what he does with it. Just a weird coincidence. Yeah, it is. So he starts out with whatever actual plane it is, and he puts that into runway, and then that's his character. Then he feeds it all this data, just constantly feeding data, and he'll recreate something as best as he can to see what that accident actually looked like. It's cool as hell. You used to have to hire, experts used to spend millions of dollars coming up with these videos of what happened. Now a guy that understands AI and understands the industry can literally create it in no time. I mean, it's well, I won't say in no time, but on his spare time.
So, Mark, if we could for just a moment circle back to your video with the 8-foot squirrel.
Yeah.
So let's say you wanted a 25-second
No, they don't
movie.
know what we're talking. Did I say that on air or off? I forget sometimes.
You know, I think you said that on air.
Okay, keep going then.
The 8-foot squirrel with a top hat and yellow socks. So if you wanted to make that into a 25-minute cartoon, or a film in this case, they're not cartoons, right?
Well, you can do either.
And let's say you have 3 or 4 revisions along the way.
Sure.
What is a guy budget for something
I've
like
never
that?
done one. So the 15 seconds is probably going to end up costing me, let's say, 1,000 credits. So 1,000 credits, and I'm paying basically $100 a month, a quarter. So it's going to cost me less than $100.
Yeah.
It's
going to cost me $30. They're asking me to do math on the air.
Super reasonable pricing. And that sounds fascinating. I can't wait to see an example of this.
Yeah, there's another one out there. I haven't done it, but it's advertised very heavily now, where you can create a book. So you go on, and I could say I'm Dimitri, and I want to write a book about my life. And I can literally answer a few questions, and then give it direction. In other words, I remember when I was 5 years old, I grew up in blah, blah, blah. And do all this and answer questions. You'll give it stories, and then it'll ask you questions about the stories and bring you through reading a book. And next thing you know, your memoir is done.
You know, this reminds me of a story from just a few days ago about a guy who was killed in a crash, and there was a lawsuit against the defendant who caused the death.
Sure.
And they created a victim impact statement using AI. It is that guy. It is the dead guy.
He was speaking from the grave.
From the grave. Did the judge allow it?
Yeah, they allowed it to be played in court.
Judge allowed it. The family created it. I think that was the argument that they made. This was the family communicating their loss.
So there was one with the Trump team not long ago fighting one of these court orders on deportation or something. I forget exactly what it was. And they used AI for a brief. And what they quoted in there was the AI literally made up, Your Honor, please look at Smith versus Jones in case number whatever. AI literally just made one up. In other words, the AI they used made up something that never existed, but it worked perfectly for what they wanted.
That is a reminder you need to check AI.
And then the judge found out that it was all BS and was like, okay, this is not right. There is no Jones versus Smith.
Yeah, they got in trouble. I think that was in federal court here in Denver, actually.
God, was it?
A couple of weeks ago.
I thought it was funny because I really don't think they knew. I think if you don't, that's what I'm learning with Runway. The hardest part is learning how to communicate with AI. And I think what's even weirder about a program like Runway, because it creates the AI, it's learning you and what you want by all the revisions. So the more you use it, the more it understands who the hell you are. I mean, it's pretty crazy. I got to take a break. Any questions or any thoughts you have on AI, I'd love to hear them. 303-713-8255. Hold on, too. We're going to be talking about some great deals from Fix-It as well. Did you really sign up?
Yeah.
It's killer.
I'm looking at it right now.
Remember, you got it. What I would do with you guys is take someone that's already doing commercials for you, and that's going to be your starting.
I guarantee you,
or a character.
I will be totally transparent in terms of my health and all aspects of my health.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm doing. Is social media videos.
So we've got a image of a tech. He's ass up, like getting to the bottom of a problem. I just uploaded that. It's already this is nuts.
It's it doesn't take that long to learn. It takes a long time to perfect. But the first description you give it, you're going to be amazed.
Oh yeah, it's right now. It's
so you just signed up.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to make a squirrel movie?
You're going to do an 8-foot.
No.
I want to tell you about DiscountBath.com. I love Chris and the gang over there. They've been out to our house. They're remarkable. They can either do a full bathroom remodel, I mean head to toe, or they can do just a tub to shower conversion, maybe low threshold. In other words, as little or as a lot. Whatever you want done, they can do. And they're great people, and they do it at a discount price, which is crazy these days. A lot of people don't say that. And their materials and workmanship are beautiful. Their warranties are at least 5 years on virtually everything they do. But call and get that bid if you've been putting it off. If you've been thinking about getting a bathroom done, call them out. They'll go over ideas or let you know exactly what you want. In fact, one of the things they told us that was cool, we could take the tub out and make a bigger closet, which was a really great idea. DiscountBath.com. That's DiscountBath.com. Now, let me tell you about Denver Regen. You know this. I have been on this drug for how long, Suzanne?
Since January 2nd or something.
Yeah, I think January 3rd I got on it. You do one shot a week. The shots don't hurt. In fact, you don't even feel them. I've lost almost 35 pounds. I'm down under 200 for the first time in a long time. I've got about another 10 pounds to go, and then I'm going to go off of it, and it just works. You don't have that food noise. You don't feel hungry. In fact, sometimes I got to remind myself to eat, or Suzanne will, and I don't say that as a negative. I mean, really, the biggest side effect on this medication is you're not hungry. And that's what it's for. It's remarkable. But right now, this month only, and I mean it, this month only, half off the first month. So it's less than $300 a month. That includes the doctor's visits, the medication. You're all in for $300 a month. And there's no long-term commitment. That's it, $300 a month. $150 for the first month right now. It's the best time to sign up. Only time they've ever done it. DenverRegen.com. You can see the sign up at the top. The doctor will call you back. DenverRegen.com. Do it now. Whether it's the last 20 pounds or the first 200, it works. DenverRegen.com. Become the banker, my friends over there, Joseph and Joe. In fact, Jordan was on the show today, and they were talking about the Become the Banker product. It's crazy. Basically, it's backed by life insurance, and it's a loophole that Congress kind of made for themselves. But the bottom line is this. You can have tax-free money, and you can borrow from your own account. Imagine if you could borrow from your 401k to buy a car. Then those monthly payments, you charge yourself 12, 15% interest, and you make the payments back into your 401k. That's basically what it is. So in other words, instead of having to go out and buy a stock and hope the stock goes up, or buy an annuity, and some of the annuities are great, but anyhow, what it is like is exactly that. Like borrowing money from your 401k at no cost, and then charging yourself interest for that car, and then basically when you make the payments, it goes back into your 401k with interest and grows. It's crazy. Check them out at mymoney.myway.com. Please, any questions you have, mymoney.myway.com. I assume we're done. Yes, no? Oh, sweet. Plenty of time. It's longer than an eternity.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to play with this, but this is fantastic.
Oh, it's crazy. How many credits did you buy?
I think I did the one that's 25 now, but if I like this, then I'm gonna put it on the company and we'll use this. But it's interesting. You get to know it, it gets to know you.
Yeah.
It truly goes both ways.
Yeah. No, it's cool as hell. It's amazing how smart these things. I just even look at my car. I know people are sick and tired of hearing it, but like it starts figuring out where potholes are and my driving habits. Like it's just nuts. It's like, how the hell does this car know this shit?
But don't you see the obvious, like where it's leading? The car,
the Terminator.
Well, whatever is behind all of this is learning how to be you.
Yes.
And it's going to start acting as you to your detriment.
No, come on.
Somebody will take advantage of this and they'll hijack you. Then they'll hijack you. Not the computer itself, but the person or agency.
I already got you. I got an AI at home that's you.
No, it's
you
not.
Don't need to come in anymore. I've got Dimitri. I took you on air for about a month.
Yeah.
And it is you now.
So except for it's a baby, Dimitri.
So
it's baby.
So it's drinking coffee and popping nicotine.
Except I make it. I made it drink real cream, not that fake cream.
Wait a minute! I do drink the real cream. You must have made it drink the fake shit. I'm telling you, that's where it's going. Why do you think it wants to learn from you?
There's
about you. It wants to become you.
There are a lot of concerns and considerations, and I will say the speed at which.
But in the case,
impressive.
I do like the idea of something like thinking like me. I really do that. If I could have my own model and it was me, I wouldn't have to be here, and no one would know if I was here or not. It would be having this conversation right now about me or not me, and it would speak the way I do, perfect diction, and it would be me. I'm not afraid of it. In fact, I rather embrace it. I love it. I love it.
Well, people embrace a lot of things that they shouldn't have. Right?
Like what? Cocaine?
Opium before that?
Sure.
You know, tobacco.
Nicotine?
Most recently. Yeah, well, nicotine is actually...
Nicotine is horrible.
In my view.
I know.
But, yeah, people have embraced a lot of...
Brownie knows his stuff. Tom Martino.
Martino gives great advice.
Ryan Schuling.
Ryan has strong opinions, and I like that.
Dan Kaplis.
And Kaplis, he keeps fighting the good fight.
On Denver's talk station.
The station I keep it on.
630 KHOW.
All right, 303-713-8255, 303-713-8255. Hannah, you've been playing around with Runway. What do you think?
I'm impressed.
I can't believe you
5 minutes in, and I'm impressed.
What would fix it 24/7? You're basically the marketing person.
Yep.
So honestly, once you understand and learn the program, and I'm sure you've used lots of programs, maybe not like this kind of powerful, but what would you really use it for? Where do you see it benefiting Fix It 24/7 or any business like that?
Well, what we want to do in any business is it's better to show than to tell. Let's show what the value of a business is. So I'll get photos from technicians all the time. They're showing what a system looked like before a clean.
And after.
And after a clean.
Oh, that's very smart.
So uploading those images, then prompting what the process is to actually show that, or have it describe what is in your system, what that means to your lungs, what you're breathing in. I mean, the options are endless. Also, it's just super fun to play with some of the photos the technicians turn them into superheroes.
That's cool.
Or if they made me angry, we can turn them into something else.
But how much would have, let's say 3 years ago, and you guys wanted to do like a realistic kind of cartoon, but it looks real. One of your technicians with the cape, Superman, flying in, cleaning the furnace, 30-second television commercial. Honestly, how much would that have been 3 years ago, production all in?
50, 60, 70, 80,000.
Think of that, Dimitri. Yeah. 60, 70, 80,000. Now, I mean, you once you get it down, I bet you can knock that out for less than $500.
Yep. No, this is absolutely fascinating. Fascinating.
It is fascinating.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark.
303-713-8255. Another hour going. Look, I want to talk to you. I want to hear your calls, your complaints, your questions. 303 Martino. Light up those phones for me. We'll see you on the other side. I'm going to spend a bunch of credits making an AI of Dimitri saying how great AI is.
You're going to piss Dimitri off. He doesn't want you taking him over.
It's impossible.
I'm taking over Dimitri.
It's really impossible.
But you know what the currency is? It's convenience. We're trading convenience.
Mm-hmm.
We're accepting the convenience and giving up privacy information. I mean, like we're talking about the iPhone. People talk about Big Brother, government tracking. We willingly give it over for convenience.
Yeah, to have this.
Yeah.
Think about this, too. Paralegals, accountants, they'll be gone.
Oh, I agree.
They'll be gone.
Mark.
There's no reason to have a paralegal.
Case is asking this, and it's a good question on the runway.
Yeah.
Does that program own your property rights to your creation, or can you make profit? That's interesting.
Well, you own it. It's yours. I haven't dug that deep into it, but I'm sure it's yours because
you can sell it as an NFT and make some money.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want with it. I mean, it's yours.
There you go, Case.
I mean, the whole when you start using the program, you basically pick out what you want to do. Like, do you want a Facebook ad? What do you want to do? So you pick that out. So, I mean, you're literally telling it what you're going to be doing with it and do it.
Is Runway subscription or single purchase?
Subscription.
I would like to see a squirrel video. Not a squirrel.
How about if I made a video of a squirrel that commits suicide?
No. I was thinking more like snuggling up with
it. Yeah, and then the cat attacks it.
That would be a happy video.
The 8-foot squirrel gets attacked by a 16-foot cat.
No.
I literally watched. I had her come in, but she didn't. She wasn't looking. She could care less. So listen to this. Nancy. Who the hell is that? Hold on. This is Mark. Hello? Yeah. Who's this? Yeah, I'm busy right now. Thanks.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
So, listen. Fuck, where was I? It said Florida, where my parents are flying out from. So I'm thinking might be something wrong with the dog.
You should start suing.
Please.
So, you were saying about the video that you...
Oh, yeah, not a video. So I'm sitting there. We got this big window, and there's squirrels all over our property, man.
That's so nice.
So nice, yeah. So there's a squirrel that climbs up, and it's evident he's eating something. He's got a nut or whatever they eat in our backyard. And these two birds start dive-bombing him.
Oh, yeah.
And they're like, he's getting into a fight with these two birds.
Yeah.
But he's holding his own. He's staying up there, and they're coming down, and they're dive-bombing him.
And he's barking at them.
And he's barking, and they're stopping like a foot away, then they'll fly off. They're taunting the shit out of him.
Yeah.
But he was cool. He was just like, that's cool.
Yeah.
And I've never seen that before. We've lived there 10 years. I've never seen two birds.
Was it one of those little black squirrels?
No, it was a regular squirrel.
Oh, you have fox squirrels out there?
They're black with the little cute ears.
We used to have solid black vampire ears.
Yeah, that's pine squirrels. The orange ones that you see in the parks.
Yeah.
They're called fox.
Pine fox?
Pine
squirrels.
The black ones are gone. They just disappeared probably about 4 or 5 years ago.
I've seen a few.
I haven't seen one for years.
I haven't seen as many as we used to.
That's all I used to see. Now all I see is the regular ones.
Somebody must have brought them in.
Blacks.
Do they chase away the other ones?
Yeah, they're very territorial. All squirrels
Colorado.
are extremely territorial. It could be that they haven't been chased away. Could
A-bird squirrels. That's what they're
Could be
called.
that the population of pine squirrels had declined in order to balance the natural resources that are available to all the squirrels.
Boy, you're squirrely.
And fox squirrels.
Why do you like squirrels so much? Were you saved by one?
They made their way from Boston. In the 19th century, they were released from a ship that arrived from England into Boston.
Did you have a pet squirrel? I'm being serious. Why do you?
No, they're not good pets.
Most people never think much of squirrels.
Well, I just love animals. But
just all in general, then.
All animals, but especially the squirrels.
Snakes?
Yeah, I love snakes.
Oh my God.
Everything but spiders.
You're out of your mind.
Squirrels are.
Do you have any pets?
Yeah, I have 2 cats. Rescue cats. One of them is a Norwegian forest cat, turned out to be. It's huge and super fluffy.
Like how big?
That's
huge.
This long without the tail.
Norwegian?
Like a Maine Coon.
What is it? Norwegian what?
Norwegian forest cat. They're usually confused with Maine
Oh, yeah.
And
So cute.
Yeah, the other one is like a regular.
Kitties are so cute, but I'm done with cats. I'm not getting any more.
I can't think of one reason to have a cat.
I like Baby. Baby's a good cat.
We're done with cats.
She just doesn't like any other cat.
See how floofy she is?
Yeah, so cute. Their little faces are adorable.
Yeah, she's got this little face.
Do you have animals, Hannah?
Oh, yeah.
What do you have?
A zoo? No, we've got...
Kangaroo.
We just lost our 17-year-old.
What was it?
He was a border collie mix.
Ah.
The best. Now we've got one little dog. He's a Chihuahua Papillon mix. And then a cat named Corn Dog.
Oh.
We're not ready to get another dog yet.
Yeah.
But it's coming.
We'll get there. Yeah. But you've got to honor it.
Yeah, you gotta honor
don't.
that time.
We usually don't.
I was shocked, though. I mean, I knew I'd be devastated. I was shocked, how hard it hit me.
It is tough.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Ours were like yours. Our last 2 were 16. The Beagle might have even been 17. And it was just such a slow death before we pulled the trigger. I mean, I almost felt better when it was done.
Yeah. You always look back and you think...
Too long.
You second guess.
Because they don't care. I mean, you always go, I guess the argument in yourself is like, well, I think the dog rather be alive than be dead, but I don't think that's the case. I think the dog, if they're suffering, doesn't even think like us. I mean, it's just different.
We were lucky. His health, it was almost like a 24-hour, overnight.
Just that fast.
Yeah.
What was it?
Found out he had heart cancer. Well, they think it was heart cancer, but half his heart was working.
Oh, my
But
goodness.
you never would have known.
We had our Doberman who lived to 16. And, no, Dobie only lived to 10. He was 100 pounds. He was a big boy.
100, that's a huge, in larger dogs.
Huge.
Much shorter.
Lifespan. He got a big tumor on his lung, and he got to the point he literally couldn't breathe. So it was like, oh, man, that was it.
And you've got to make, as the owner, you have to make that decision. And it's out of love, but it's so tough.
I'll tell you the best thing we did was...
Is your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome all to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. We love education. We love educating you. We love being educated. We've got a bunch of deputies here to help. We've got referrallist.com that has some of the best members out there. But the bottom line is this. If you've been ripped off, if you need help, That's what we're here for. We've been doing it for 45 years to the tune of well over $300 million in cash merchandise, exchanges, and refunds. There's no other show like this. We go directly after the bad guys. We call them out. We warn the public. We help people like you that need help. 303-713-8255. One of our members is actually in Fix It 24/7. When George Donaldson, the owner, started here, I want to say it's been 7, 8, 9, 10 years, Hannah. How long?
That sounds right.
It's been a long time. George is incredible. He built this company up.
Yep.
And you guys just knock it out. But you've got this new product that I love. In fact, I know the product very well, Generac. Probably the number one home generator in the world, definitely in the country.
Mm-hmm.
Most people that have a home generator are going to have a Generac, and they have different kinds. You can have diesel. Most people, if they have natural gas, will have their Generac on natural gas. That way, if the electricity goes off. But you guys are doing something amazing, but it's only the first 10.
10 callers.
Yeah,
for this show only.
Yeah, for this show only. They're offering 10% off. So maybe you got a solar system and you want to back up. Maybe you just want to back up if the power goes off and you don't have solar or battery. Maybe you're thinking of off-grid. I don't care really what you're thinking about. These guys can come out and tell you exactly what you can get in the Generac line. And it's incredible, and I've looked at them. They have ones that'll automatically come on, so you don't even skip a beat.
So that's exactly what we have. It's within 15 seconds.
Yep.
Power goes out. So let's talk about, food in the refrigerator. If there's medications.
Fires all back up.
Exactly. Anything you need. Within 15 seconds, it automatically kicks on. You don't have to press any button.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
And they do all the electrical. I mean, Fix It 24/7, of course. They do electric, HVAC, plumbing, drain cleaning. They do all that stuff. So it's a perfect fit for what they do because they already have the electricians. They don't have to. When I was looking at generators, it worked this way. I would buy the Generac, and then basically I had to hire everybody else to hook it up. I had to have a plumber to come out and hook up the gas lines. I had to have an electrician, and it ended up costing me a fortune. So the fact now you're dealing with a company that does it all in-house.
All of it.
It's an incredible bargain, and they'll come out, they'll talk to you about it, they'll give you the different options. More importantly, they got to size the load, figure out what do you want on the generator. Do you literally want everything on it, or you just want some rooms on it? They'll figure out whatever you want done, and they'll, educate you on how they work.
So essentially how today's offer works, 10 spots. I think we've had 5 fill up so far, so 5 at this point. How today's offer works is folks are going to call in. They're going to call Fix It 24/7. They're going to say, what I want is I want a technician, one of the expert teams to come out for this consultation. They're going to show you that design. They're going to show you which unit that they would select.
But they design it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And that consultation is on the house. And
freebie.
If you're part of this 10, then what they design for you, it's 10% off. And you see every part of that quote.
Yeah.
We have never done this offer before, but it is becoming one of the most popular services that we provide.
Especially in Colorado.
Oh, my gosh. Absolutely.
Where I live out in Franktown, there's quite a few people. The homes we've been looking at in Slidell, Louisiana, and people in Florida, it's very likely if you live near some of the water, you have a generator. And it is becoming so popular because people simply don't want to be without power. The rolling blackouts are a big one. They have generators that'll have no problem powering your AC. People don't even know that. I mean, these things are amazing.
Whole house.
Yeah, I mean, the whole house, absolutely, entire. And what I'd suggest, though, big time, is the natural gas if you have it. Then you have all the fuel you ever need. But if you don't have natural gas, you can do a propane tank. You can do diesel. They probably have gasoline, but that would be the worst out there. Go ahead.
What we do is natural gas and propane.
Yeah.
And that's what we suggest across the board.
Yeah, and some people will actually do a backup. And listen, I've got a neighbor that did this. So he's got natural gas coming in. If the natural gas supply goes, he's got another feeder from a propane tank. So, I mean, you just can't beat it. Hopefully you never need it. But, man, is it cool to have.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like insurance, right? I mean, you hope you never need it, literally.
And they're not nearly as much as you think. I mean, when I first started looking, I thought these things were going to be 50, 60 grand. I mean, you're going to be impressed by the prices, especially with that 10% off. But
What do they do? Do they call the phone number, the 720-526-3939 to get signed up?
Thank you, Suzanne. That's
Okay.
exactly what they do.
Perfect.
And I want them to mention this show.
Yeah, you have to.
Because we've never done this special before. This is brand new, first of its kind.
720-526-3939. You know, one time, by the way, we've got 3 lines open. Joseph, I'll go to you in a sec. 303-713-8255. When George was in one time, him and I did this special. I think it was a $19 clean, okay? He forgot to tell home base. So he had like 50, 60, 70.
He was in trouble. He was in trouble.
Yeah, he's the owner.
Luckily, he's the boss.
So people are like, no, I just heard it on the radio. They're like, we don't know what that special is. And so we had someone call up while George was here and goes, well, your people don't know what that special was. I assure you, his people knew what that special was in about 30 seconds.
And be assured, everyone, our team back at the offices, they know this special.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable deal. So if you've ever even thought about it and really are thinking about a generator, you get a free entire quote, you get the free design.
One of the interesting things for me also was looking what this does for home value.
Big time.
On average, increases it immediately 5 to 8% out the gate.
Yeah.
It's also something that people look for when they're purchasing, to have that already installed. You don't install it just so you can move. But that was fascinating to me, what that does for the value.
Big time, especially in places that are hurricane. Of course, if we get a hurricane in Colorado, we got bigger problems than the generators.
I think so.
But the bottom line is, it's crazy how much they add, the value.
Hannah, if I understand this correctly, does your generator get connected to the existing wiring infrastructure within the home?
Yes.
Or do you run all new wires and cables and breakers and stuff?
I would say that's above my pay grade. That's why we send out the technicians that literally specialize in this.
I know
Mark
enough to
confident.
be scary. If they have to run new stuff, it becomes crazy. You don't want to do it. So most homes, they're going to be able to use your infrastructure. Yeah, and there's something else they can do that Hannah probably doesn't know, but if you don't want to wait that 15 seconds, and most people would never do this, but let's say you had a solar system and you already had a battery backup, they can actually wire it to the generator. It knows the power goes off. That's going to be the smart box. It sends the battery, goes out and does everything while that 15 seconds the generator's starting, and you don't skip a beat. That kind of system is really not necessary unless if you're in a commercial, like a hospital. This building right here on top, right outside, if you look down here, there's a thing that looks like a tractor trailer. That's a generator. And how it works in here, if we lose power, we're still on the air while the power goes off because there's a battery in between while that generator's firing up. We don't miss a beat.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
But as far as the backup to the backup like that, it could be crucial for someone on using medical equipment at home, residential, if they're on oxygen. I don't know.
No, that's a great point, Suzanne, because even with that 15 seconds, imagine if you are on oxygen at home or on a CPAP. People think CPAPs are just for snoring. I've talked to people like, I don't mind snoring. People die. People dock. I mean, you know this. People stop breathing and die.
Well, I'll tell you, when I first got out of the hospital after COVID, and I was on oxygen, they gave me a big tank that was good for 24 hours.
Just in case.
If the electricity went off, and I'm sure...
The battery would work.
Well, no, it was a tank.
No, I'm saying, but it was good if the electricity went off, it took over.
Right.
Yeah. So, but that's another thing I didn't even think of, Suzanne. I mean, if you have, any kind of medical equipment, anything that's mission critical, having that generator is insane. Almost every house we've looked at, not everyone, but everyone in Slidell pretty much on the water had one.
Or even like having an electric vehicle.
Yep.
You can't charge your car, you're not going to work or something.
Damn, that's another good one there.
That would be a problem.
Think about that. You lose electricity and you have a Tesla and you didn't
And you don't have a
supercharge.
gas vehicle.
You have no way to charge it. Bam, you fire on that generator, your 50 amp is just cooking away.
We were also talking about earlier the clientele and people that are selecting this. When we first started doing the service, we thought it'd be folks in rural areas.
No. Say it for what it is. Preppers, the people that order, the people that order buckets of corn that's been freeze dried. The preppers.
Well, we thought there would be a very specific clientele that wanted
Preppers,
this.
go ahead.
What we have learned is the majority of folks doing this, they are in the Metroplex, they are in different city areas. They're concerned about those rolling blackouts. They've been impacted by them. They are people like you just said, somebody in the home has a medical issue, or they don't want to be reliant on
I think Ted
a grid.
Kaczynski had a generator.
And Mark, let's not call them preppers. We'll just say they're experiencing prepping.
Yeah, we had a neighbor. I loved him. Neighbor Dave's probably my favorite neighbor I've ever had. No offense, other neighbors. But he was a prepper. I mean, big time. Buckets of food. He had enough. At one time, I drove home. He had a deuce. You know what a deuce and a half is?
Oh, yeah.
Full-blown military vehicle he bought. I don't know what he did with it or where it is. It's probably in his underground bunker. Anyway, everybody hold on. Joseph, real quick. What is the question with HOA in case I got to get one of our experts on?
This is Joseph, right?
Yes, sir. You're up, Joseph.
Yeah, it's typical. You and Tom get these calls all the time. The HOA acts like they're God, and you have no way to fight them.
What are they trying to tell you to do, or what are they fining you for?
They're fining me for an inoperable vehicle that I repaired and won't let it go. And it's like, well, what do you guys do? You guys don't do your job. What am I paying
All
for?
right, hold on. I get the idea of it. We'll talk about it right after this. 303-713-8255, 303 Martino.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. I've added another burner to my very large collection of defense products. Why? Because Burner just launched their new compact launcher, the smallest, most compact launcher to date, and I'll be taking it with me everywhere I go. It's the same size as a smartphone, allowing you to conceal carry comfortably and with confidence. It fires 400 feet per second with 41 joules per square inch of stopping power. The size is perfect for women who want protection but can't carry a firearm. It's equipped with tear gas and kinetic ammunition. It's designed to incapacitate an attacker for 30 to 40 minutes. And Burner is legal in all 50 states. There's no background check required. It can be shipped directly to your door. And Burner is trusted by hundreds of police departments and government agencies worldwide. And Burner is proudly American. Each unit
How many companies do you know that were established in 1956 and are still around? KH Home Solutions. These guys are great. In fact, now they have this new line of beautiful windows, Alpine windows. If you have a beautiful mountain house or a house up in the mountains and want that energy efficiency, that super insulating window, this is the product. They're made right here in Colorado for Coloradoans. These guys also at KH Home Solutions have the most beautiful Provia entry doors if you've been wanting to update the look of your house, and the siding they have, and the soft light windows. The diamond coat siding is absolutely gorgeous. It's made of a thicker steel gauge than all the other companies do. It's pre-finished in almost any color you can imagine. But the bottom line is new windows, new doors, new siding. If you're looking around, you got to put K&H on there. They'll come out. They'll talk to you. They're not arm twisters. They've got a great sales technique. They've been around forever. KHWindows.com. KHWindows.com. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. They teamed up with Team Martino. Wave 8. These guys are knocking it out. If you're thinking of retirement, you haven't had, if you haven't really spoke to a planner, maybe you have a retirement planner, but you haven't spoke to them because they're not doing their job. You want to call these guys. You're going to love them. You're going to love the family approach. It's 3 generations of people that have been helping people for over 40 years. They're going to help you with everything, even the basics like Social Security. They're going to talk to you about Medicare and supplements and how that works. They're going to talk to you about insurance and annuities, long-term care. That is so important now. If you're not thinking about it, think of your parents. Did they need long-term care? Estate planning. Maybe you want to leave your business to somebody. Maybe you've got a mixed family and you've got something that might be complicated. They can help you with that. Talk about legacy. Then, of course, they'll talk about your income needs and investments. But they talk to you about retirement, and they stay on it. They're there to answer your questions. Check them out at rpcenter.com, rpcenter.com. Denver Regen How many pounds have I lost, Suzanne?
Like 30.
You know what she said to me the other day, Hannah? I was giving her a hug before I left work, and she goes, I can put my arms around you. Ooh. I mean, I don't know how to take that. I take it good.
It was good.
I definitely take it good.
How it was intended.
I take it how it was intended, but that's why I love Denver Regen. I've been on these meds not even 6 months. Not even 6 months. 35 pounds. I went from 230 down to 195. I'm not hungry. It wasn't a fight like the old days. When I used to diet, all I would do is think of food. All I would think about is that next meal. With Denver Regen and these new diet meds, it simply doesn't work that way anymore. The food noise is gone. You feel full. And for less than $300 a month, I don't know anybody else doing the quality of meds they have for under $300 a month. That's doctor's visits. That's all in. The medications. Everything. It's everything. In the first month right now, no long-term commitment either. The first month, half price. First month's basically $150, then $295 after that. You're never going to be more happy. I don't care if it's 200 pounds or that last 20 pounds. These are your guys. Call them up, talk to them. DenverRegen.com. DenverRegen.com.
Well, I meant it as a compliment. I hope I didn't hurt your feelings.
No, not at all. I just liked using both of you in the commercial, that's all.
Are you on offline?
No, what'd you say?
He's playing violin music.
Oh,
for
shut up.
Is it the smallest violin?
You bastard.
I can't go number 2 anymore.
She basically called me used to be fat.
No, it's just like, wow, I can put my arms around you.
When you lose weight, you don't realize how much you have to lose until you do.
Until you do.
Yeah.
It's weird, though, because, like, we went to Nashville, and I drank a lot of beer.
It's Nashville.
And this does not help you with beer.
It doesn't stop the beer noise. It doesn't stop the beer noise.
It doesn't stop the vacation beer noise. And that's kind of crazy to think about, because you would think, I feel full. Yesterday I had like 7 chicken wings and I was stuffed. But what's crazy is liquids don't fill you up. But you would think they would, because it's your stomach.
Especially beer.
I love beer.
And the calories in beer suck.
Yes.
Especially, I drink IPAs.
Oh, yeah.
You have a double IPA, you could have 300 calories.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dude, more. It's probably about 300.
Calm down.
The hazy IPAs I noticed are 2 to 250.
Yeah, I know. And hops.
Well, the hops will be calorie-free, right? But it's all the malt that hasn't been fermented out.
Kangarat says, no, Mark's not losing weight. I'm paraphrasing. It's the yoga, Suzanne. Your arms are getting longer.
Whoa, that's awesome.
Someone's going to timeout.
Bye, Kanga.
Bye.
Jeez, that's hilarious. What? That was pretty good. I want to hear some more.
Oh, damn it. I didn't mean to. Damn it. Unhide him. Jeez. I meant to time him out for 10 seconds.
Kangarat.
I put him in hell. Kangarat, I'm sorry, I'll get you back.
Unhide user on this channel there.
I was just trying to put him in a 10-second timeout, and I banned him for life.
Poor Kangarat.
Is he back?
Somebody had to die today. It was Kangarat.
Fiduciary Advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. You've been ripped off or taken advantage of. I'm going to jump right back to Joseph. Basically, as a car, where do you live, Joseph? I mean, just like Littleton, where?
Westminster, Church Ranch, and 104th.
So you have a car that has been broken, and basically the HOA said you've got to get rid of it because it's not movable, right?
Yeah, I'm rebuilding a Mini Cooper with budget A1. So it's stripped down, the motor's pulled, and then I got it operable, and then they came back and said, no, you didn't.
What does that mean? They said, no, you didn't. I mean, is it operable or not?
No, it's not right now, but it was. So
Well,
it
okay.
was operable, and then it broke again.
See, here's the main thing, man. How much are they assessing you so far?
Right now it's 200, but they have a meeting with me and they're saying you never fixed it and we're going to go back and leverage more fines on you or lien your house.
Well, they probably will, too. They can actually put what's called a super lien on it, which to me is just the most insane thing in the world, because in a bankruptcy, and I'm not saying you'd go bankrupt over something like this, a few $100, but in a bankruptcy, that's one of the things that doesn't go away. They can continue to assess fines, and it's crazy. It's called a super lien. It's almost like the IRS in some ways. Your best bet and the best advice I'm going to give you is get the car moving so the fines stop. Talk to them very nicely when they come out and pay them the $200. And I'm being straight up. I don't care if it's your HOA or most. You have someone running that HOA or a management company. Some of them are horrible people. Some of them are like Nazis. They're just horrible. They have this little bit of power where they can assess stuff and they're going to use it. And when you pick a fight with them, they don't want to lose. They have to have the last word. So really, my advice to you is get it taken care of. I don't know where you put the car. Where can you put it?
I can move it into my garage.
That's what you need to do.
Yeah.
And out of curiosity, why didn't you do that before? Because you use it for a car you're using?
Yeah, it's been musical cars, and the question that always becomes is, well, if they're not maintaining the neighborhood and if they're not doing the things
now it's like the old argument when the cop pulls you over, like Suzanne used to get speeding tickets like Pez candy. So when the cop pulls you over and you go, yeah, but that other guy was going faster than me, that doesn't matter. It simply doesn't matter. You could have a guy with a sofa across the way that they're not fining in his front yard, but that has nothing to do with them fining you on the car. That's just how it works, man.
And that's exactly what it is. This neighborhood has really gone really bad because of lack of maintenance. But I wanted your advice, and I would take
my advice, and I'm not kidding. When you have the meeting, I would literally say this, and I kid you not, man. I'd be like, look, I've been in a bind lately. I mean, just make something up. I mean, seriously, like, hey, I've been in a bind. I'm just getting back up. I finally got the transmission done. The transmission shop had it for a while. I'm going to push it into the garage. I really just I don't want this battle. I understand the rules. If I pay the $200, can we just move forward? I mean, really, I'd do that. Dimitri, what do you think?
No, I think that's it. Nobody wants a junky car in their neighborhood, right?
Yeah, but he's saying like every other house has got something.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably not a defense. And I would just do away with a car. I would hide it in the garage and then try to negotiate down whatever it is that they're trying to find you. I have a feeling their primary goal is to get rid of the junky car that's in plain view. It's not the $200 that's important to them.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So I would clean everything up and present a really good image.
Yeah, very good image, and just be nice to them. Hannah, what do you think? Have you ever been in trouble with an HOA?
I've never had an HOA. I think being transparent, I wouldn't say transparent in this case, I think playing into the mercy, asking for that.
Yeah.
I think that is the way to go.
I think it's his only way to go. When you get some of these people, the reason they run for HOA is because, honestly, there's something wrong with them. So I'll just say it. I probably irritated a lot of people, but either they have a lot of time on their hands and they want to fill time, or they want to be a policeman. They want to police their neighborhood. And if that's the person you're dealing with, the best way is to get on their side. Simple as that. 303-713-TALK.
HOA when I was living where Tom lives, at the time I had a satellite. There was literally a 6-foot wire going from the ground to the
6 foot.
6 feet.
And they bitched?
Yeah, because it wasn't the right color. It was a black wire.
And it was supposed to be white?
It was supposed to be painted
the color of the house.
Color. I said, take me to, and they just dropped it. I mean, and you couldn't even see it from the street. It was behind a plant. But you're right, I think they're little Nazis that just want some power.
Check this out. We've talked about Vestera a lot. They teamed up with Wave 8 and Tom Martino as well. Minimum risk. People are getting up to 50% yearly returns. Think of this. This guy, Barry Miller, he knows how to find hot spots in the country. I don't know if it's Virginia or Chicago. They're just wherever they are. Areas where he knows, and I'm not sure how he knows, that's his secret sauce. Areas that are up and coming. So a house right now there might be $300,000, but he knows it's going to be worth $400,000 in a year or so. That's what he does. He's great at it. So you go in, you buy it, you own the house. He finds it for you. He finds a management company that he's teamed up with to rent it out while you wait for it to appreciate to the dollar amount you want. Then you sell it. You can sell it whenever you want. You're in no contract with Barry or Vestera. They're unbelievable. They make people a lot of money. Check them out at VesteraTurnkey.com. That's VesteraTurnkey.com. Sheridan Auto Tech, Uncle Kevin. Man, do I love Uncle Kevin. You know, he's going to be in Friday with us. He has such a wealth of information when it comes to cars. But what I really like about him is the honesty, the integrity he puts into his shop. Sheridan Auto Tech has been around for so long, probably 20, 30 years. He's been in the business basically his entire life. I don't care if it's an oil change, simple as that, or if you need an alignment or a cooling system flush, make sure that air conditioner is ready for summer. You name it, this guy can do all that general maintenance. Then, if something breaks on your car, it can be complicated, it can be easy, it can be an alternator or a starter or a brake job. How about an entire engine replacement? Sheridan Auto Tech does that too. They can diagnose any electrical problem you could ever imagine. He bought this company years ago called Lakewood Electric, and that's what they do. Any electrical problem on a car, they can handle. Call them up, check them out, SheridanAutotech.com. 3-year, 36,000-mile warranty on everything they do. Great people, honest people. I love them. SheridanAutotech.com. Who answered this way?
It was either you or Kelly. It wasn't me.
Did you visit your local?
The guy was asking about small claims, and the asking about filing small claims, and the answer back was, "Did you visit your jurisdiction?" You know,
Kelly, did you do that? Ask her.
Hey, Kel.
She in there?
She on the phone? Hey, Kelly, I sent you an email about, did you answer an email that way? And Mark didn't, so it must have been you. So just email me back so we can chat about it. It's to your Kelly, not help.
Oh, okay.
See if anything happens today. Yes. We can call you tomorrow during the show. What time works and what phone number? What?
Someone just sent me something on...
I sent that to you on the super liens.
Yeah.
I saw that in helps.
It just made me think of something.
And that I have that Verizon, the Verizon unlock phone. He's going to come on tomorrow.
Nice.
So we can go over
small claims.
I'm going to pack up at 1:45.
Sure.
You guys have been lovely today.
Are you going to go do yoga? Yeah. Are you going to do the 3:30?
Yeah. So I'm going to go finish, take one call, finish the emails, and then...
Nice.
Not bad.
You know you can sit in the office here or down in the lobby. I think there's somewhere if you need it.
Oh, I'm starving. I'm going to go find somewhere to eat.
There you go.
Yeah.
God, if I ate before a yoga class, I don't know if I could do that. We have like little granola bars if you want just a little snack.
No, you're getting like straight protein.
Yeah.
Normally I can't, but I'm just starving. Right
Yeah.
now. I don't eat until about 4.
I'll be curious the outcome on the gens.
On the what?
Generator stuff.
Oh, I'm gonna check with him afterwards.
It's kind of it's a strange one, but it's cool as hell.
Yeah. We just can't do any more maintenance. But it's good to get the word out.
Oh, yeah.
And have people start thinking about it.
I don't care what side of the aisle it is. When Congress drags these people in, like, RFK's in there now, it really doesn't matter who it is. They're such assholes to each other.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's really just like a complete food fight. It's
embarrassing.
I don't even know why they do it. Other countries looking at it must be like, what the hell?
What's that?
Just when they drag somebody in front of Congress.
Get the right lawyer on your side. Call Fuller.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. Hey, I just got an email that Suzanne sent me from help@troubleshooter.com. Michael says the super lien, and I did know this, I should have mentioned it, but the super lien is available for up to 6 months of assessment. So if you do have a bankruptcy, it's basically only going to be 6 months. And he went on to say something that's very interesting, and that's by law. It's often the only way an HOA gets paid anything from deadbeats. Assessments in the normal course can continue to accrue, but the super lien never increases, so it stays at that 6 months. And that is correct information. But it made me think of something. When I talk to people like that guy, I'd be curious what Michael thought, the guy that emailed that. Great information. I assume he's on an HOA board, just because, not only because he knows the information, but because he said paid from the deadbeats. So I do want to say this. There are deadbeats in neighborhoods. I've been in a neighborhood before where I couldn't believe it was Clark Farms. I'll tell people where it was. It was in Parker, and it was in the early 90s, and there was some neighbors that painted their house a crazy color without anything. And eventually they had to redo it, but we had some issues like that. And there is a need for HOAs. My point in that last call to that guy, first of all, I think my advice was spot on, meaning it's time to play ball, dude. You're not going to win this fight. Get the car inside or get it mobile, get it moving, and pay the $200 and beg for forgiveness. That is probably the best advice anybody could give them. But I think I beat up on HOAs too much. There's a reason for that. It's because the nature of this show. We get calls like that. And the ones that are frustrating are like that guy. Because he's going, hey, they're picking on me over this car. It's hard to even, I'm sure what he's saying is, how do they even know it's immobile? In other words, it's a car. As long as the tires are on it and the license plate's in, how do they know there's a transmission or not?
He told us he had it torn apart.
Yeah, well, that's a big deal. But his point was, what sucks is they're not doing things to other people. Well, he might not know that, actually.
Yeah, he doesn't know if they're getting fined or warned or anything.
Yeah, he doesn't know. But really, there is reasons for HOA. And, Michael, I'm going to tell you this. I do appreciate that. Even though that wasn't your point of the email, it was the information. It really did make me think of it. I don't think have we ever had an issue with an HOA, Suzanne? I had an issue with the apartment complex, but that's different.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think we ever got, fined or,
I don't think so. I never got into it with an HOA. I did get into it with a management company of an apartment. And I've told the story before, but the bottom line was this. Basically, we had a car that the transmission was out, crazy as that sounds, and Suzanne was probably, I don't know, maybe 17. I was 19.
Yeah.
And it was our first apartment, literally our first apartment together, I should say that. And they towed my car. My friend Lonnie came over. It was a 1979 Ford Granada, and it was a C4 transmission, and they towed it. We ran up to grab a part. When we came back, the car was gone. We only had the transmission out. It was just a remove and replace. Drop it, put it back in. We're not like rebuilding it. But anyhow, we were working on it. That was no, and they towed the car like within a 3-hour window. It was insane. So we owned a cake route at the time, so I had a big Hostess truck the size of, just massive, like a UPS truck. So I put on it, Vector Properties, the management of Sugarberry Apartments, are deadbeats. Do not rent here. And I do remember the name of the management company in the apartments, but I put this big
Vector Properties, I remember.
Yeah, Vector Properties, Sugarberry. So what I would do then is I started parking right at the leasing office up front. So within about 24 hours or one day of doing it, and this was the kind of apartment complex, they drive people around on golf carts. I'd follow people around with my Hostess truck with the message behind their golf carts, and I would talk to people.
So what happened?
Well, what happened was they got my car towed back, and we put the transmission back in, and I was happy. That's what happened. But I had to go through all that. Think of all the time I went through to prove my point. But anyhow.
I understand your point, but I don't understand what the giant Hostess truck had to do with it.
Well,
it was a big area.
Because on the side of it,
like
I put a massive message on it.
What was the message?
That the apartment complex sucked. And I parked it right in front of where people go in to lease the apartments. Does that make sense now?
Yeah, that's impressive.
So within 24 hours, they had my car towed back and allowed me time to put the transmission in. So, maybe that's why I do a show like this. Hey, Gordon, what's going on with you, sir?
Yeah. Thanks for taking my call.
Of course, Gordon.
I had a comment about that 16-year-old kid that got arrested for DUI. I heard it on the podcast.
Oh, yeah, from a few days ago, Mark, and the dad was really upset that his son was completely sober.
So let me do this, Gordon. I'm going to put you on hold. I'm going to take you right after the break, but I'll recap for everybody. A couple days ago, guy calls up, Parker Police Department, pulled his kid over. He was coming back from a lacrosse game, 16-year-old kid, new driver, of course. The cop pulled him over because he had his headlights off, and it was dusk and possibly dark. I don't know. I didn't even get into that part. But he pulled him over for that, and I guess the kid, when he was pulling over, might have scraped one of his tires, pulled him over, and then what happened was he had bloodshot eyes, according to the cop. He did take a roadside sobriety where you touch your nose and walk or whatever that looks like, I'm not sure. So they did do that. And then the kid said he hadn't been drinking. The cop arrested him, brought him down to the police station. He blew zeros. He had no drugs. He had no alcohol, nothing. The cop said he made a mistake, and the father came and picked him up. We had police officers call in about it and a lot of things. I'll be curious what Gordon has to say about it. Hold on.
Now, Impact.
Good to see you all. Yeah, let me know about June dates.
Don't forget your jacket.
Are you out of here?
And I'll text you.
So good to see you guys.
Good to see you.
You have a great rest of your afternoon.
I will. I'll see you guys.
See ya.
Enjoy your yoga.
There was a cop up in
It is
Greeley.
720-5.
There's a whole bunch of YouTubes on it.
He would just throw people in?
Yeah. Because he would say that it's subjective. The field sobriety test is subjective. And I'm sure if you ask John Fuller or Marco,
hold on, Doc,
they'll say, don't take a sobriety test.
Gravina! I hope I can do that as good as Larry someday. You know, Nick Gravina runs the place now. Gravina Windows and Siding, they have been around since like 1972 or even before. What I love about them is they don't push one line of product on you. For example, their windows. They have 20 different manufacturers they deal with over 50 lines of windows. If you need something for a fix and flip or something budget-oriented, they're going to have it. In fact, they're going to have lots of them. You have a $5 million, $20 million house up in Aspen, they're going to have the best windows made for it. You can get whatever you want. Now, their French doors and sliders, absolutely gorgeous. Suzanne and I just got one of their sliders. What was it, babe? 3-4 weeks ago?
Exactly.
Absolutely the best experience. They come out, they bring cutouts. They're not going to bring a whole door out, but they brought out multiple cutouts of the different kind of sliding doors they have. So you understand the energy efficiency, the look, the mechanism. That's what we focused on. We wanted the best when it comes to opening and closing and making it easy, and we wanted the security. The one we have has 4 locking points on it. It is an unbelievable window, energy efficient. We love it. They came out, installed it. It looks perfect. We love Gravina. If you're looking for windows, siding, windows, GravinaWindows.com. GravinaWindows.com, or give them a call. 303-472-8462, 303-472-8462. Excel Roofing, Henry was in yesterday. I'm just going to give this special out. They're going to kill me. Tell them they heard it on the show so you get it. Here's the bottom line. You ready? Solar panels. If you haven't had your solar panels cleaned, they're going to send a crew out. $15 a panel. Most people have about 10 panels. $150 are going to get all the snow, the grime, everything off there to make the panels more efficient. Let's face it, it's not hailing. They're keeping their crews going. And then the other deal, $99 for gutter cleaning. Suzanne, did you call them and tell them we wanted that?
I sure did.
I usually pay $399 twice a year for them to do that. I'm taking advantage of it. $99 for gutter cleaning. They clean everything. The downspouts, they get all the needles out, the leaves, whatever's going on, they clean them. They send in an entire crew out, and they do a great job. It's not a sales job at all. When you do get hail, they want you to call them, of course, but that is what it is. ExcelRoofing.com. Tell them you heard those specials yesterday, and I'm sure they'll still give them to you. ExcelRoofing.com. Did you see Schumer when he was asked about Biden? His entire answer was basically, that's in the past. We want to focus on the future. So he was basically saying, they're saying, you knew. Everybody is coming out with these books saying you knew. Everybody knew.
About Biden.
And he doesn't want to talk about, he just wants to focus on the future.
I mean, about Biden's mental capacity?
Yeah. I think it was way worse than any of us thought. They were saying it one thing. He didn't even know, what direction he was going.
Oh, you could see, by the way, he exited the stage a couple of times.
And then, Jake Tapper, they were playing something on Fox today where he was going after someone for saying, oh, you don't know, you're not a doctor, you don't know there's any decline. And then it turns out he found out before the rest of us, too.
Yeah, the Schumer defense would be good for a criminal case, like a bank robbery.
I'd love that. So why'd you rob the bank? Listen, that's the past. This is the new me. I'm looking forward.
I'm going to help feed the poor.
I'm walking old ladies across the street. Yeah. Did you not see me come to court? Why are we bringing up old stuff?
I even carpooled.
I think Schumer's just a narcissist that just wants to get his face on TV.
The Democrats are so old, too, man. They've got to start getting some younger people in there. If you look at the Trump administration, look how young they are. Look how diverse they are.
Yeah.
It's about the most diverse cabinet ever.
But they're all a bunch of racists.
Yeah, they're all racist, yep. What is this? Oh, just a jumper. That looks complicated. Why does this look more complicated than most?
You know, I remember having the same thought.
Yeah.
Why is it built like that? It doesn't look like a regular press supply.
It doesn't.
But it came with a machine, so that's what I use. And it's been working great.
It's your new home.
Hey, do me a favor real quick. Ask Steve if he's doing the cornhole this weekend or next. And just let me know. I'm still going to have him on the air. I want him on. And the answer is It's a very quick question. Is cornhole this weekend or next?
The answer is 42.
42.
You remember that? From the Troubleshooter Universe?
Spaceballs. I thought it was Spaceballs, but yeah.
No, he got it from Doug Adams.
42. That's like, who was the guy that called up and the answer was?
Not this weekend.
I forget.
Okay.
I forget. Some weird question. And the answer was like, slice.
The answer's not this weekend. But she's still talking to him.
Okay, I understand, Steve. Okay, hang on for me.
We're going to have time to talk to Gordon for a minute?
Good afternoon.
Yep, I'm going right to him.
Okay. I'm really curious what he has to say.
I am, too.
Jail time for those who sexually assault children. And now an online group called 764 is targeting kids for abuse. Law enforcement veteran Michael Letts joins to discuss Wednesday on 630 KHOW.
All right, Gordon called up. He had a comment about the kid that got arrested for DUI that blew zeros in Parker. Gordon, what do you say, sir?
Well, first of all, I'll tell you where I'm coming from.
Sure.
I'm held a CDL the majority of my life. And pretty much every company I work for required us to take defensive driving courses, probably at least once a year.
Got it.
And that part of those courses were to kind of read what other drivers are doing.
Okay.
And this kid had 3 strikes against him.
Well, he had his headlights off. He also had, he hit the curb, and I assume you're saying the third strike was the red eyes.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree.
And and yeah, I would be mad too. I don't blame him for being mad.
Yeah.
The
father was mad as hell. He wanted to sue him. I don't know what you would possibly sue for. I thought that was silly. But I will say this. I would be upset as a father, too. First of all, I'd be relieved because I'd probably kill my kid if he was drinking at 16 and driving. But when they blow zeros, I'd be very... imagine the phone call. Dad... They're getting ready to take me to the police station for a DUI, and then you've got to go down and get the kid. Then you get down there and find out he wasn't drinking. I'd be pissed, man.
Oh, yeah, I would too. But, everybody that gets pulled over, that's one of the first things they ask you is, have you been drinking?
Yeah, and he said no.
Everybody says no.
Yeah.
Everybody says no.
Sweet.
And...
I get it, Gordon, and the CDL's a big deal, man. If you get caught with any alcohol in your system with the CDL, you're cooked, right? I mean, even under the limit?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a big deal, and I appreciate the comment. The only reason, if you want to call back in tomorrow, I'd love to talk to you, but I got to talk to Steve Moss real quick. Rock and Roll Brewery, rockandroll.beer. Steve, I know you're doing a cornhole tournament in the next couple weeks, but what's going on this weekend at Rock and Roll Brewery? I've been up there. Suzanne and I went up. Babe, you had a great time, didn't you?
Wonderful time.
It is the coolest place. It's like a micro brewery. He's got 17 different kinds of beers. Whereabouts are you located? What's the easiest way for people to get up there, Steve? Or just go to I think they just go to the website and find that out. But please talk, my friend.
Yeah, the address will be on the website. It's right outside. It's actually across the street from Firestone city limits. So
nice.
It's a Longmont address, but it's unincorporated. So it's a little about 3 miles east of I-25 from exit 240.
It's
Longmont
excellent.
exit, basically. We were going to give away some NASCAR tickets for Colorado National Speedway. Now, we're a sponsor of theirs, and they sponsor us, and we kind of do things together. So for your callers, if they register this, you don't have to have reservations to go to the beer garden, but it's recommended because we only have a 25-person capacity.
It is the coolest
place. If they go
place.
on and register and let me know when they show up, on Saturday, anytime Saturday, and mention their name and, show their ID or whatever, we'll give them a free VIP NASCAR ticket good for this season.
That is really cool. A lot of people don't even know we have NASCAR here, and it's just unbelievable. Now, I do want to tell people this, man. It is the coolest brewery. Suzanne and I are brewery people. We travel a lot. We always hit breweries. This is one of the most unique breweries. They're only open on Saturdays, though. Please check it out. There's other breweries around them, too. Put them on that list so you can hit 2 or 3 different breweries. Steve is a great guy. In fact, he does our theme songs. That's why we have him on all the time. And he did the Tree Farm. Everybody's heard of that. Rock and Roll. Rockandroll.beer. Rockandroll.beer. Hopefully we see you there.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Are you the breadwinner in your house? Life insurance covers the cost of living in case you're not there to provide. Are you a stay-at-home parent? Then consider life insurance to protect your loved ones too. Most people don't know if you have term life insurance, you may be paying too much. Term life insurance rates are at historic lows. There's actually a price war among the top insurance companies. Call Term Busters and get a free quote fast. Term Busters will do all the hard work of comparing rates from top carriers to get you the best coverage at the lowest rates possible. Right now, a healthy 45-year-old non-smoking male can lock in $500,000 in coverage at just $55 a month for 20 years. That's right, level rate for 20 years. Smokers can get good rates too. Call now for your free rate quote, 800-200-3070. That's 800-200-3070. Stop paying too much for life insurance. Call Term Busters now, 800-200-3070. 800-200-3070. Sample rate for preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
The average time a resume spends on an HR manager's desk is 7 seconds, and most of them are tossed aside. Now imagine if one of those resumes belonged to Yasmin, who was
living in a shelter, juggling 3 jobs. I had to be resilient. That's something that you can't teach.
We rely so much on a resume, yet it could never tell the full story of someone who
had to be independent and take initiative. And that's how I handle every project I get.
Discover new ways to develop great talent at gradsoflife.org. Brought to you by Grads of Life and the Ad Council.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the